It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and end. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning. Wow.
Yeah, it is.
I love that song. She did a great job with that song, I tell you. Hey, I like your name, Mr. Muppet.
If you can't make fun of yourself, you really can't enjoy yourself. You know, it is what it is. I make fun of people. I make fun of myself. I think it's hilarious. I'm gonna every day this week. I'm gonna pick a new name, probably from a Turtle Boy story, like dumpster.
I like that idea.
Dumpster slug or whatever he puts in there.
Yep.
I think hilarious shit, man. Yeah,
dude, I like that idea.
I was gonna be Tommy's third phone, but I changed that up. I wasn't.
All right.
All right. I'm not gonna do that one. But I thought Gunna Muppet. I had Julie Bagel Sweaty Gunt. I had a lot of different ones, but I kept it politically correct. What's up? How'd you sleep?
Great. Oh
no, you.
What happened there? Something's happening here. Hold on a second.
Tom, you're driving, not me, man.
No, I'm home. Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
But you're driving the mouse.
Oh yeah. I'm cleaning up stuff over here. I have a scene. It's a demo scene. I don't need it. I want it to go away. There we go. Gone. Wow. Okay. Twitterverse. What's new in the Twitterverse, Mikey?
Gallagher's getting shit on. He's just so like. There's a couple of clips out there. Him just like, did you go in the house and look around? He goes, yeah, I went in the house. I really didn't look around, but just with my eyes.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, dude? $322,000. Yeah, I looked around, but not really. I just looked around with my eyes. What the fuck does that mean, dude?
Canton.
Yeah.
So I open Twitter and I get this, Mike. You ready?
Yeah.
I gave the Department of Justice a binder of documents related to my case to corroborate allegations of corrupt practices in the Norfolk DA's office. Then had a phone interview with an FBI agent. What's that make me? Tread lightly, harassers and intimidators. Free Karen Reed. They don't want to even push this dude's buttons. I will tell you right now. They don't understand this guy's not playing. He ain't playing, Mike.
No, he was put in jail, dude.
Yeah.
He got 60
for
days.
no reason whatsoever. They did the same thing they did to him, they did to Aiden.
Exactly right, man. So, like I said, like we've been saying, it's not their first
rodeo. Man. They know
look who's oh wow. Look who's trending. John O'Keefe. I love it.
About time, right?
Yeah, I love it, man.
Good.
Well, yeah. So sweet, man. Awesome.
And I see so many other creators that I've never seen in my life.
Like Clerk Jim fucking all up, banged up. Like, oh man. Oh God. Wow, 70% of the people are from Court TV.
Wow.
Well, Ryan Nagel's testimony. Did you see him in the car? No. Did you see anybody on the lawn. No. Where the fuck was he?
But
Could
they
he have been
didn't
in the
ask,
car?
Mike, they didn't ask if the car stopped at the driveway. I didn't hear them ask that. Did you?
I forget, dude.
Because if she stopped at the end of the driveway, it would make sense for him to run right in.
Right. He's always one of those guys that jog quickly too to get into places.
Yeah.
Like if it was pulled out,
something. He's used to running up and down. It's a little bit of effort for a lot of distance gained, you know?
Yeah. And this little psycho.
Oh, she was a disaster. Right. Oh, the people are Mike, she's in for it. If she had problems then, she's gonna have bigger problems now. Wow.
I don't know, man. And this is like, believe it or not, according to Aid, I agree with it. Using the snowblower was the best thing that ever could have happened.
Yep.
Because it according to Lieutenant Gallagher, it uncovered everything.
Sure did, didn't it?
Right? Yeah,
you see the footprints that were there?
They were back behind. Right? They were back behind there and stuff.
And the flag, Mike, he was found over here. There should be no footprints up here. First responders go directly to the.
Well, Tom. Oh, they said they were trying to tie the caution tape around that.
Okay.
Allegedly.
All right. You walk outside. You don't walk
right
on
there.
the inside.
See behind the footprints over here, behind that little bush. Follow that bump to your left. Right. Yeah, right there. Those are footprints allegedly.
The ones I saw were going over here.
Yeah, I saw those too. Yeah,
they were pretty deep.
You know how you mop? You take spray paint and you spray it inside the footprint during snow. If you want to track something, right? You can track all the footprints around a path. You start spray painting them. Now, this is interesting. This whole thing right here is got me sussy. No one ever found out if it matches any of the glasses at the waterfall or Steeple. Does that line up with a typical glass from them? And why was it two different types of glasses found on the bumper and versus this piece of glass? They weren't the same glass. It came out last trial.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Why would they? I mean, what was the purpose of the glass? They probably didn't. If they saw his arm, they would have had to use the glass.
The DV. They're going to domestic violence. That's what they were going for. She threw the glass, hit him in the face. He stumbled around, went down. That was kind of the plan too.
Yep.
That's why it was so close to his face. I mean, the glass was right near his head, right? If he got hit by the car and the glass was hit, it would have flown everywhere, right? Physics would not allow it to land by his head unless it got deflected up or something, the flagpole off the backboard, then in, right? I mean, just no way. It would end up down it would end up down by the steps of the house.
Yep.
That's how, because you think about it, if it was in his hand, it would have flung, right?
Okay.
Or even,
I can see that
the other way. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And don't forget, ARCA. Now, the DOJ, FBI paid for ARCA last year. Who's paying for ARCA this year? Karen.
Yeah.
Out of her own pocket. Okay.
Ouch.
All right.
Ouch.
So that's a lot of money. I get it.
Yeah.
But there's no, there's no denying that they're going to prove without a reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the car didn't hit John and John didn't hit the car.
Yeah. That's...
You remember, you got to keep remembering all this stuff right now is like circumstances, right, of what's happening, what they want you to believe. But when it comes down to the science and the physics of it, it's impossible. And you get two guys with PhDs and a third guy that helped out at the lab with a PhD. I don't know. Lieutenant Gallagher says he looks around, but he didn't really look around. I only looked around with my eyes. And then you have a couple of PhD guys telling you the different. You tell me.
Mike.
Lieutenant Gallagher, I think, either got sober or he had Botox done. Now, I still think I've never seen Lieutenant Gallagher and Coco Albert in the same room, so I'm not sure if they're not the same person.
Okay, that's still yet to be determined. It's possibility.
We've never seen him in this one. I swear to God, it could be the same person.
So that glass right there, Mike.
Yeah. It's a thick glass. It's a thick glass, dude. Okay.
Back in the days, there were people that would go out drinking and they would walk out with the glass like that. And they would
I've done it myself.
Their counters and they say, that one's from this place, that's from this place, that's from that place. I have one over here. I have this. So
I would find them on my passenger seat floor after the morning after.
But you did go in the house, maybe end up cleaning it in the cabinet, right?
Right.
So that glass right there, there's no. All we know, it was found at 34 Fairview. That could have came and originated from anywhere.
That could have came in a donut box in the morning, couldn't have?
It could have. You just again, right in the middle of a storm, you got to get the donuts there. It's definitely important.
The crime scene wasn't blocked off.
Nope.
Right?
Nope.
Lieutenant Gallagher said, "I don't have to write a report because I don't do shit."
He not that he was in the scene, not that he was modifying or even, playing with evidence. He didn't, don't.
There was no way.
No report written.
And there's no way I was going to send any of my guys back to the police station a mile and a half away to get anything because I did not want to leave that scene.
Oh my, God forbid.
Get the fuck out of here.
Didn't he go back and actually relieve the person on the desk? Or was it the other way around?
I see that Diva girl. Now, so according to Gallagher, Officer Deaver, the female, was the only one at Canton PD at the time. Is that what he's saying? I kind of like you had one person on for that morning. Are you kidding me? Wow.
Is that why Higgins went back to the police station? Give him a little backup, support the guys. I got this call. Yep, no, I got he's doing dispatch. He's doing all types of ATF stuff.
She's she's a good
just on that point alone right there. I take glass from bars all the time, especially if it's fancy or if it has a name on it. Right.
Now Karen says that she took a piece of glass out of his face. Yeah. So let's just back this up. Okay. So if she's got an all-star arm, can throw 85 miles an hour, then off-speed jump at 77 with the curveball.
Yep. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Perfectly slim John. I mean, just from 20 yards away, bam, right in the face. Right. She goes down and picks a piece of glass out of his face. John took that glass inside to Fairview because it wasn't in Karen's car the next day. So it was out of the car with somebody. Somebody had to take that glass out, right? Because Karen didn't have it in the car the next day. So that glass was somewhere. Let's say it happened to get involved with a fight. Someone found it,
right?
Threw it up his face. I'm just saying. And then you get a piece of glass stuck in his face. Then the glass on the bumper, how it miraculously stayed there all the way from Dighton, tow truck, lands up
in a blizzard, Mike. In a blizzard. Right?
And then they find pieces of glass on the back bumper. Now, where would they get said pieces of glass that didn't match this type of glass? They were two different types of glasses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that was
absolutely. Yep.
Why wouldn't they want the original pieces of glass found? I don't know, maybe DNA, some fingerprints from other people on it.
Always DNA, dude.
Right. Did they swipe this thing for DNA? Did they look at that? Gallagher's so smart, he probably didn't. I don't know, Tom. There's so much reasonable doubt here, dude.
And the fact that he's getting celebrated and not destroyed is puzzling. Why? Why, Mike?
They should take away his pension.
Yeah.
They should take absolutely.
Yes, Mike. That's intentionally not doing your job, dereliction of duty. Right. Intentionally, on purpose. He didn't write a report. Mike, he didn't write a fucking report. He was in the scene. Modifying.
It's my job.
Evidence.
It's my job to make sure that everybody else writes their reports. And I look at them and maybe he signed off on said reports.
When did they make the determination that it was actually a crime scene?
Well, you got a dead body there. I mean,
no, he was alive when they scooped him up. Right? When did they find out? When does it turn? Because once it turns, it goes right to CPAC and no one touches the scene. When was that leaf blower? Before or after?
It was sometime around 7, wasn't it?
Again.
And then John's pronounced after 7 o'clock, just a little bit after 7 o'clock, right on there.
Right.
Right.
They should
And then
never
they couldn't get a hold. They couldn't get a hold of CPAC.
Yeah,
Someone said they
CPAC,
couldn't
yeah. They wanted to take some time with it, right? They
something like that.
shovel out. They were shoveling out, rallying the
Yeah.
troops.
So Gallagher didn't have a squad car at the house. It was full drive. That doesn't make sense.
I thought they all had SUVs, big guy.
Right.
So this right here, right?
Right.
John O'Keefe had fractures to ribs, not hands. Fractures to his ribs.
Oh yeah, when they're doing CPR.
That will do it, right?
Yeah. Remember that that was normal in that. Yeah.
And that happened when I was trying for that guy at the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Okay, that makes sense. So let's look at some of these pictures, right?
Why was Katie McLaughlin writing on a glove when she had a black glove on? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It was invisible ink.
Right. It's fucking crazy shit.
Going down. How do you miss a shoe, Mike?
Tommy.
Is that a tire track? What is this? Is that grass or tire track?
I don't know. But to your point, when you showed that video, like that thing would stick out like a sore thumb.
Yep.
You cannot, if you were a first responder, Kerry, Jen, Karen,
you'd be able to say, there's his shoe, there's his hat. You'd be able to see it.
You would have kicked it with your own feet.
You would have seen it. Yep.
Yes. So donk, you know?
So let's look at this picture for a second, Mike. Okay. So the flagpole is here. I think he was found here to make it as if he was hit by a plow. Okay.
Right.
It's here. The footprints I seen went up this way.
Yeah, around the flagpole, right? Yeah, I saw those. I didn't see it go all that way, but I've seen them go around the flagpole. I know what you're saying. Come out that way, come down.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't think why would they take him if he's bleeding, right? Why would they take him up the stairs, through the living room, outside, and then into the garage to get into a car to drive this way to come over here to drop him off? So you're contaminating the car and more of the house. No, out the back door, round the corner, right to here.
Great picture of the white van in the driveway, by the way.
Oh, that white van that didn't exist, that was doing nothing before they
with the guys with the white suits on. I don't know what.
The bunny suit.
No clue. But if you look at the curb and the white line, that's where like his shoe was down by the flagpole. And you would have been. This is where they were all walking around with the cruisers and the car. Right, they're all right here. How do they not see that shoe, dude? Is beyond me. And you can't tell me it wasn't lit up because it was.
Oh, is it?
Hey, fucking lights everywhere.
Right. At 8 o'clock, you can still see outside. You can see something at 8 in the morning, right?
Yeah. And they found the straw, though. And they found the straw.
The straw was in the road, Mike, in the gutter line.
Do you remember seeing a straw in John's drink in his hand on the way out?
I
didn't look back at that.
I don't even know if we'd be able to because it's such a small thing, Mike.
But they found it, dude.
They found it.
I mean, that leaf blower was awesome. I mean, it really showed how good of a good investigation tool that thing really was.
Can't find us, baby. Can't find us.
It found everything, though. It found all the tail. Oh, it didn't find any taillight pieces.
No taillight pieces.
Geez. But it found the glass.
The glass was absolutely on top of the snow. Yeah.
I'm confused. How do you not see red?
Hey, dude, they can see clear. Here's his hat. Are you freaking kidding me, dude? Really now? Really?
Looks like they took some snow with their hands and threw it on top there.
Yeah, why is this missing? Why is this missing snow? Why is the snow missing here? And you missed that. You missed that whole thing.
What is that picture right there? That's the one right there. There's John. He's away in Aruba.
Yep.
And this is when he gets sent. Hey, we're at your house. That would piss John off.
Mike,
get off my lawn, dude.
What?
If that was my neighbor, there'd be shit going down.
So
that's a great picture.
Dude, can we both say that this is probably late at night?
Oh, yeah, they're banged up.
All right. Can we both say that this is maybe after a couple beverages, maybe?
They are definitely intimidating John, because John did not like people on his lawn.
Right. So that's 2. Can we say that John was not home when this picture was taken?
He was in Aruba.
All right. Can we say that John's Ring camera would most likely capture this scene in front of us? Would you say?
There are pictures of them on the back deck.
So you're saying that these 2 people went in this guy's yard when they knew he was not home.
Property. Yep.
And went in his backyard that's fenced off?
Because he knows that he checks his ring when he gets an alarm for it. So
and
whatever
they know
time
that
it was,
the backdoor Ring camera would go off, right?
That's right. Yes.
So you telling me that John O'Keefe may or may not have been calling the Canton Police Department to get the kids out of his backyard when they were partying out there at night when he was on vacation? Like, what did they do for New Year's? John was
there was beer cans left. There was beer cans left over his back deck,
all over his yard.
Yep.
But they were smoking on the back deck and putting burning the plastic of his plastic benches, and I'm telling you, man.
Fun. Yeah,
they had a party out back, and John called the Canton Police Department. I don't want to say 53 times, but I'm sure he called, and they did nothing. What assholes? Stop calling. They're not hurting nothing. Leave them alone. That would have been the Canton Police Department's answer to John. He's on vacation and they're having a party in his back fucking yard when he's not home, and all the kids at the party are flipping off the Ring camera. Fuck you, asshole. And you're telling me Colin, who had the fucking party in the kid's backyard, Colin and John face to face after John's had a couple?
Oh yeah.
Colin wasn't in the house? Really? 227. How long to die in the cold? Colin was in the house. You're all a bunch of liars. You're all going to go down for freaking murder.
I got a question. Who's taking that picture?
There you go.
Who's taking that picture right there?
So John is on vacation in Aruba on New Year's Eve, and he can't even keep his house protected.
Nope.
County Canton refuses to protect his house.
Nope.
Because, hey, a bunch of kids. It's not like they're going to go kill a rabbit, right? And kick it around like a soccer ball, Mike. It's not like that's going to happen, because that doesn't happen in Canton, Mike. It's not like there's going to be property damage, right? Because, Mike, that doesn't happen in Canton, right? Like people being on property they shouldn't be on and not getting in trouble. That doesn't happen in Canton, right?
I know that's a rhetorical question, but this is like you white trash capital of the world people.
This is on freaking Yahoo Images. This isn't me.
Right.
The world is looking at this. They intentionally ruined his vacation, and Colin had a New Year's Eve party out back, and John was powerless to do anything about it but sit and watch his Ring camera as they're all out in the backyard drinking, causing hell, not even picking up after themselves, intentionally causing a mess.
And they're laughing about it.
Yeah, of course, because there's nothing about it. Call the cops. Call the cops.
Then they had a nickname for John because he kept his lawn so good. I forget the name of it. Nebulous or what?
Niedermeyer or something.
Whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
So John would manhandle.
That's why the Aruba trip went south. It wasn't because of the girls at the bar either.
I don't know if it's the same one. There might have been 2
Aruba trips.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I know that right there. That's unacceptable, right there.
Right. And the kids, you know, they show the kid they condone this kind of stuff. I wouldn't want
lead by example. Is that lead by example? Selectman?
That's
leading the town of Canton, Mike. He's just Selectman.
Such trash, dude.
Selectman.
Such trash. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's go down and harass my neighbors. You know, he's a cop. I don't care. I'm a pizza owner. I don't care. My wife's a fucking tool bag. I don't care. Enough's enough.
John was found here. See how close he was to the sidewalk, Mike?
Oh yeah.
There should be no footprints to the side of the house. But yet
You
there
should
were.
be able to, you guys and whoever left that night should have saw him. There's no question about it. Should have saw him.
This is not right.
Look at the glass cup. Fire hydrant. That's the
Pedestrian
state police.
shoe.
So that's the
Where?
state police one.
It doesn't show me where the shoe's located. Where's the arrow to the shoe? This is pedestrian shoe.
It wasn't
Flag
found
pole.
there, dude.
His final rest is here. Glass cup.
Oh my God, Trooper Paul. Oh my God, dude.
There's nothing for the shoe.
It should be down close to the road. Should be next to the fire hydrant to the right of it.
Yeah.
Okay, cock. Jesus Christ.
Berkey.
Rest in peace, bro.
No, don't. He screwed everybody so bad, man.
Oh yeah, this is not the first time he's been involved in whatever happened to Carrie Roberts, where she said that the metal was sticking out of the back of the tail light, and
yeah,
she was
they
afraid.
Didn't known to hurt. It hurt nobody, right?
Yeah. Right. Whatever happened to that? Right. Yeah, I don't know if he was laying that way.
No frostbite.
Yeah.
That ain't it, is it, Mike?
What is it?
This is how it's sticking out, the tail light.
Oh, I don't know, man. I can't tell.
Freaking momos. Look at this. They get friggin'.
Yep. Look at that. He's in a black eye still. Yeah. He's whacked. This whole town's whacked.
He don't fight. This guy here, he don't fight.
No.
Look at that.
No.
Look at that. He don't fight.
No. Nope. Want nothing to do with it. If you haven't never been by 30, like a Kerry Roberts, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
really, Kerry?
Oh,
really, Kerry?
Yeah. God damn it.
It's gonna be so damn good when we get these freaking people walking in, Mike. I tell ya, I'm gonna love freaking recording their ass. Oh, I love it. You know what? I'll take a witness intimidation charge if I can yell at them as they're walking by me, going to court, going in forever.
Going into the Moakley building?
Yes. One thing I want to say, to each of them. My God.
Was it baby Karen's person? You fight Mike and Tom? I don't know what you mean by that.
I don't know what is a.
Hey, listen, I've been arrested.
There's a big standout coming up on Thursday in Dedham. So if you guys are around, Thursday, Dedham, big standout. They're trying to get it big.
Oh, you did it, huh?
Yeah.
I thought it was at the courthouse.
I think it's a Legacy Place, but
no.
I could be wrong the location. But I know it's definitely Thursday.
Courthouse. It's courthouse.
Okay. Big standout. If you are listening to my voice,
stop with the disinformation, Tom. You're gonna start spreading shit, and people are gonna get pissed at us again.
Okay.
Because we said the wrong thing to the right people.
Yep.
We said the wrong thing to the right people.
As long as you don't drive a Subaru, we're okay.
I can't wait to see her hair part today, man.
I know. I was thinking about that last night. How's she gonna do it? Is it gonna come forward? Like
I don't know. Does she wear men's? Do you think she wears men's underwear at court? I mean, I'm just asking. Does she really?
I don't think she wears anything.
Like tighty whities, or does she wear boxer shorts?
No.
Like she free. You can't. I don't know. You don't call it free balling. I don't know. You wouldn't call it that.
It's
Sue Connell's crusty panties. You all right, buddy?
Working on that, yeah. Jan retrials, check that out. We get the fan yet? Where's my fan? Come on. If I don't see this, what's gonna happen when the fan leaves us, Mike? It'll be like separation anxiety.
I bought my own just in case I go.
I gotta do something. I can't be without.
I think tomorrow's name is gonna be Auntie Deb's side piece.
Belfast. Really? Wow. Tom Mike watching from Belfast. That's
right,
amazing.
Man. Have a fucking beer for me, will you? I've been there.
You've been to Ireland, Belfast?
Yeah. I went to see Adele.
Oh, nice.
I went to Dublin. And I saw Adele live there. Yeah.
Oh, what's that big music place that Freddie Mercury sang at? Is that in England or is it in Ireland?
Yeah, it might be England or Scotland or was in Ireland.
It's a big freaking place that he does live shows at. That he did. I'm sorry.
Oh, there was a John. Yeah, there was a John. Speaking of Irish fucks, John Connolly was seen at Page's grocery market the other day, buying deli meats, a shitload of them.
Really?
Shitload of deli meats.
Huh?
I don't know. Just saying. I don't know what he does for work.
In the back for the storage in the back.
I don't know if he was putting on the platter for the selectman meeting. Who knows? Yeah, he's buying John Deli Meats Conley. That's his new nickname.
What's he asked for? The most unhealthy thing you got?
Give me the stuff that's like a day old, ready to expire.
Yeah. Wembley. There you go. Joey Kane got it. Man, smart move. I got it right there. Wembley Stadium.
Yeah, that's right.
That place is huge. And they would fill it, man. Queen
would
fill that place.
Yeah.
Now, where is that? Is that in Ireland or is that in England? It's over there somewhere. I just don't know like where. Great venue.
I don't know. See, they saw Queen
United
in
Kingdom,
UK. Yeah.
Nice. England.
I would love to have seen goddamn Queen in concert, man. I would fucking pay all the wood for that one.
Yep.
All the wood.
I have a couple documentaries about him, about Freddie Mercury growing up.
Yeah.
He wasn't liked. They hated him because of his voice.
His father hated him. His father hated him.
The group that he was with, Queen, even them, they didn't like him at the beginning.
Because he was an opera singer.
They didn't like him at all. He was too flashy. It's not what we want. What are you doing out there jumping around?
Oh, then they heard him sing, and they were like, okay.
And then he started getting animated, and then they're like, whoa.
Yeah, Bono's father from U2 was a post office guy, and didn't think he was going to make it, and here we are today. You saw, oh, Jesus, wow. Paulie saw Queen at the Garden 80 and 82. Holy Jesus.
Wow. I love Queen. I think they're great.
Donkey Noggin for the $10 on our trip to the hospital Thursday to make sure she gets a good result. All right.
Oh, okay. Please, prayers for Mary. Please, please, please. Everybody, please pray for Mary.
Gail, Mary Wickham, I'm on my third week of non-smoking after 50 years of smoking. It's extremely hard. Yeah.
I love you. Man.
Yeah.
That is so hard.
Keep a cigarette in your pocket, just so you know there's one there. If you have to, you will. Kind of gets you through the edges. I don't know. My little secret.
So it's been 18 minutes, and my phone's got 87% charge. It was 0. That's
why you have 2 phones. That's why you got 2 phones. Tell me 2 phones.
That's a serious freaking charger, dude. Now, if I was outside, I would probably be at 30%. If I was outside with the phone and charging the way it is now, this would be at 30%, not 90. So
people came here for charging information on their phones. If you guys want to know what's going on,
now they know. Now they know.
But yeah, once you quit smoking, after the first year or 2, isn't it downhill from there? You're done. You're not even thinking about it anymore, right? You kind of I did it. Why would I go back at 2 years of clean? Right.
I think that starts sooner than that. I think it's maybe a couple weeks after when you're
like, okay, I did. I
feel better.
So the physical addiction's gone. Now it's just mental.
Right. And that's just that's the big thing.
I got you, man. I got you.
It's funny you say that because I'm taking Shantex now.
Are you trying to quit smoking? How much money do you save per week if you don't smoke?
About it.
Okay. How much is a pack of cigarettes? Marlboro Reds. How much is a pack of cigarettes?
$14.
Get out of here.
And they're gonna go up again because they need tax money. They people quit smoking, so now there's no revenue. So they keep going up to get more tax money because people quit.
Donkey, stop smoking. Yes,
I've smoking since I was 18. I have to quit. I really know. I have.
Dude, your lungs.
And I just started my Shantex again. As a matter of fact, 2 days ago.
Your lungs like fucking the top hits back when the fucking dinosaurs are walking around.
You get a thing called popcorn lung. When you breathe in, you hear it. You hear yourself snapping.
Gross, dude.
In your lungs. It's like having a cold, like a chest cold. You know, you get like in the ventricles in your heart when you breathe in.
Shelby gets cigarettes for cheaper money. She goes over to New Hampshire. You son of a bitch.
Well, she can just maybe walk across the border to New York. Western Mass.
She gets them from Canada. Shelby gets cigarettes from Canada. Oh shit! Oh god! Stop it.
Carrier pigeon.
Shelby's running a cigarette scheme on Central Mass right now for cigarettes. Killing a Canadian. The tariffs are too high. Oh man.
She's importing shipping containers.
Look at RBA. Damn, I'm getting an ounce of weed for $50 by the post office. Fuck. I can't.
Dude, what a world. What a fucking world. They deliver weed. You have to spend like $150, but they'll fucking deliver it to your house now. You don't even have to go get it.
Oh my God, I love it.
Yeah, it does charge the phone faster, doesn't it? It's like boom, done. I do the same thing.
Are we gonna watch Channel 10 today? Or are we gonna watch Law and Crime?
This is Channel 10.
I don't know. It's
Law and Crime.
I don't know. Who do you guys want to do in the chat? All right.
I don't mind splitting it up only for the fact that we don't get copyright striked.
Let's go. Here we go. Here comes Auntie Bev. Wow, man, she's 907,
so I was told counsel wanted to see me.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Get the fucking Bloody Marys out. Let's go.
Oh my God, 907. We're already there.
Oh, is that him in the back?
Yep.
Right left there. Yep, that's him.
Yep. Nice tie. Nice shoot.
Goodness gracious.
Gretchen Voss in the courtroom. Look at her notes. Look at her notes. She's right next to that dude.
That's her?
That's Gretchen. No, yeah, that's Gretchen Voss.
Wow.
The guy right there, the tall guy, that's who Jess Machado was talking about yesterday. Like right behind the dude.
Oh, yeah.
He's the one in
charge.
How
big that guy is. He's $3. He's 300.
Yeah.
He's 275.
Now, Mike, he drops on the ground. Guess what? You got to pick him up to do the Heimlich. You pick him up.
That's about the size of the guy that you had the problem with?
Yes.
Yeah.
I had to put his had his arm under his armpit under my head. And I had to stand up like that to get him high enough for someone to give him a Heimlich.
Oh, he's a big dude too.
He was big.
But once you get that guy to the ground, it's over.
He was in his
chair. Get him down on the ground.
Yeah, we got him up.
If you don't know, once like I'm saying, if you had to get in a beef with that kind of guy,
oh yeah,
to the ground.
Yeah,
get him to the ground.
Yeah,
it's over.
His legs done.
He can't do nothing. You win.
Sponsored by White Claw.
Sidebar and White Claw. We should have sponsors at Donkey. I would love that. If we can get a sponsorship, that would be great. Yeah. Hello from France.
Wow. Nice, Mike. That's out there. Where's the Testament Alley?
Yes. Yep.
Stray dog.
They brought a stray dog. Yep.
You're not dreaming.
They left. Yeah, they found it. They brought it to the police station. Yep. And then I guess they brought it back to the owner because Sean Goody was yelling out at him, "You want to bring it back?"
That's such a great humanitarian move, Mike. That shows they both have.
That's what got her into college. She put that on her CV, and she mentioned that she found a stray dog, and she brought it back to the owner, and they accepted her.
Right.
So I said that it was unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. These people are the pillars of the community in Canton here. Pillars.
Right. Pillar society, they said, didn't they?
Right. Oh, hey, there's Nikki haircuts. Hey, Nikki.
Nikki, his wife, Esty, Mr. and Mrs. Reed.
Yeah.
It's Erica.
I don't know who Erica is.
It's Erica.
All right. We'll call Erica.
Yeah, put a name with a face now that you get to know who's who.
All right.
You know what we need to put on this table? Like a freaking transformer or something. They hit the button and then they transform into something. He's something.
Who's on the small table? Who's on the small table?
That's
not Victoria.
No, she's like she comes in with the interns. So Mike, you ready? It's Friday night. It's Friday night. Bottle of wine, and I'm gonna dump this freaking 3-ring binder on your lap and say, you have trial Monday. Good luck. Look how thick that freaking thing is, Mike.
Does Sue O'Connell
in that binder?
Does she wear a skirt at all? You think? No. Have you ever seen her in a skirt?
Dude, if you see her in a Ford Mustang, you'll see her in a Mustang before you see her in a skirt.
Okay.
Like that just won't happen.
Right. I definitely think she's a Subaru driver. Definitely, without a doubt, she's a Subaru driver. Yeah.
Drive Subaru.
Yep.
I switched to vape. Yeah, vaping's actually, they say the vaping is worse for you.
Yes.
It is.
It is.
Yep.
So I'm told.
Yep. I think the dog was Chloe. They made it the story in case they were caught on any cameras.
Well, pro gamer. I think Chloe went home with Tristan and Caitlin.
Yep. Why didn't she?
Carl Dougal? It is. I hope he
looks great. I need to know his doctor, man. He's doing great. That guy, man, when you see him walk, he walks like straight as an arrow, doesn't limp, walks up the stairs, great. Just, oh, yeah.
I hope he doesn't fart again, though. He had gas last time he was in there. He was stinking the place out, I heard.
I'm just not happy that he likes to pick on younger, smaller females.
Yeah.
What a guy.
Well,
what a guy.
His poor wife. I don't know.
Javier, I don't remember.
I drive a Subaru. I'm only kidding around about the Subaru people. Don't take it the wrong way. It's like a thing with me. I don't know what it is.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. What kind of car does Gretchen Voss drive? I'm telling you, she's going through the divorce and stuff like that.
I see her in the BMW.
Yeah, an old one though.
Yeah,
an old one. There's a couple of lights on the dash. It's probably a stick.
No, she's an automatic girl. She don't do stick. Not that.
She's all that in a bag of chips. You know what I mean? Okay. Which one's John DePietro? The one at the very right down the end down there?
That'd be the dude.
Oh my gosh.
No, he's all the way to the left, Mike. That's John DePietro.
Oh, I thought that was.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh. No, it's the guy on the right. It's one or the other. One or the other.
So the far right is Sue O'Connell, and on the left is John DePietro.
The twins.
No, all the way around. Okay.
And then that's Channel 5 guy.
He drives a Prius.
Yes. Yes. All electric.
Who's this? Whoa.
That's her. That's one of the interns, Mike.
Hello.
Her and the
what's her nickname? Tiny Table? We call it table dance? Who cares, Mike, JoJo?
I guess yesterday, this is what happened that we didn't see yesterday. She was in the back room doing some printing or something, or doing something for the defense. And
who's the girl right next to Esty at the end of the bench, sitting in a regular chair with a notepad?
I've never seen her. And probably another intern.
Nah, she looks older than that. She's pretty beat up.
Could be Mike.
Right.
She got a notepad open like that. But there was some commotion in the courtroom because they had to go and get her because AJ was gonna use the presentation that she's responsible for, but she wasn't even sitting down to do it.
Where's Carl's Boston PD pin? Not wearing it, lapel pin. Yeah.
Which one's Paul? It's hard to tell.
I don't know. Yeah, Paul's all the way to the left. Hey, Braden Carney was in the that Braden Carney guy was in the courtroom.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Gaffney, Michael Gaffney. He was up there. Look at these two talking over there. I wonder if Sue, do you which one's attractive? Which one you liking?
Not that.
You know? Couple beers in, Sue. Who you hitting on? Not John DePietro. Nope.
Maybe.
Imagine DePietro and Voss hooking up.
You can do that. You can take 2 pictures of 2 people and use AI, and it'll make a baby for you.
Gross,
dude. Not right. I agree.
Right. Where's Nan? I don't know. I mean, she might be working out. Attorney Nan Gallagher.
Well, I mean, don't forget, guys. She's
got a
kind of
full-time job.
lawyer. Yeah, she's kind of like important. So
she got a family and stuff. She likes to hang out with the sports center guys, but you know what? She got a lot of shit going on. And we are now. Was she was there yesterday? Harvey? Who was Tiny Dancer?
you know what, Mike? Let me look at my email for a second.
I know. I don't have a minivan. You'd be surprised what kind of car I drive. I don't have any kids. I'm a dog dad. Legit dog dad. That's all I do. So I don't have a minivan. I would drive a minivan if I had kids. I
want to be a dog.
I would drive a minivan because my brother, swear to God, the best thing he ever did was buy you 2 boys, and they were sports nuts. He would just literally slide the door open. Next game, slide out, go. Forget this, opening 4 doors bullshit. All that stuff. I don't know, man. Where's Nathan? I don't see Nathan there today. This is a fucking long drink they're having today at the sidebar. Do they have like peanuts and stuff up there, like little snacks they can eat while they're drinking? They must.
Nothing.
No. So Celtics lost last night in overtime. At home.
They were
What's up, Federal? What's up, Federal?
They were up by like 20 points, Aiden said. So I just sent an email, Mike, and I'll see if I get a response back from her. I want an update.
If I could drive a short minivan or a bus with dogs in it and be like a groomer, I'd fucking do it.
Mobile grooming, Mike. Just buy one of them Mercedes vans.
I just want to remember the one in Dumb and Dumber. It was just like a dog.
Yeah.
That's what I would drive.
There you go.
Yeah.
That would do it.
Oh.
So I just sent an email, Mike, and I'll see if we can get something back.
Dave, don't fuck around. The Celtics will handle them. You think? All right.
I'm kind of upset.
What? So I think last night was the best game that the Knicks had. That's all they shot their load. That's what you're saying? All right. Because you know what? Down 1 as a Celtic, you're pissed. They're having an early shoot around this morning. What do you think they're talking about right now? What's Lieutenant Gallagher doing right now up back?
Yeah. You think he had a good night last night?
Well, he went into the house and he looked around, but he didn't see anything. He just looked around with his eyes. Fucking guy. 322. We get this kind of guy. I don't write reports. I make sure other people do. But you did the operation, sir. I don't care. They witnessed me. They saw it happen.
Yep.
Okay. Do you sign their reports? I don't know. We have two rooms. We have the kitchen with the refrigerator that we call the temporary evidence room. For things that we need to refrigerate, like our cases of beer that we confiscate.
Yes, that's important, Mike. Got to keep them climate controlled. Keep it in the evidence locker.
We let Ian Whiffen use our freezer to do the tests for the thermometer.
That's right.
The phones, right? So we watched that happen.
Oh, they got pitches.
Oh my God,
this is good.
Gallagher woke up next to Chief Rafferty. He had to chew his arm off this moment to get out of there.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
That
I can
That's
see.
Beautiful.
That's good.
Oh God, Killer, you guys are awesome today, man. I'm glad because I'm in a mood. Oh goodness gracious. Oh goodness.
Yeah, that was a long sidebar. 13-minute sidebar. I can just imagine how, like, Mr. Jackson, be easy on our people today. You made him cry yesterday.
He gets right under your skin if you're on the prosecution side. He just blows. Like, there's so much reasonable doubt. Like, the jury's like, according to people, so disengaged with the prosecution and stuff. But when they kind of pay attention, there's so much reasonable doubt already.
Oh my God!
Legit.
The whole case is reasonable doubt.
Oh goodness! Oh no!
Imagine Miss Happy.
Oh God! Oh God! Mike, no comment.
Why is it black under one eye, not the other, Mike? Or is that my eyes?
Now she's got to go see Lieutenant Gallagher's makeup artist. Goodness gracious! Oh God!
Come on, Karen, cover your mouth, girl. Put your hand up. Come on. You don't need. There you go. There you go.
All right, so the court, please. You're entering.
All right, here we go, guys. Yeah, Javier, didn't it look like that shit black on the bottom of her eye? Weird.
God, people are great, man. You guys have a good sense of humor.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning.
Please like and subscribe.
Please, yeah.
Please share the stream. Try and get some more people in here.
Yeah, thank you for all you guys that make fun of us too, man. Seriously, Go ahead. Make fun of us. I love it.
I got to thank Danielle specifically because she's awesome. I love how she clips us. Thank you for clipping us.
How much would I charge to wash Sue O'Donnell? It's O'Connell, isn't it? Right? O'Donnell. I'd have to spray it down first. I don't even know if she manscapes. Who knows? I don't even know. How does that even work?
Can't.
How do you if you're right? How do you make a? How do you? I don't know. That's a topic for another day, Tom.
I think that's an elephant thing. How do you eat an elephant? You don't. He can kill you. You run.
Yeah.
Welcome, Mary and Cop's daughter, to the chat.
Sure, I'll remind you.
You guys are great.
Good morning.
Jojo, love seeing you.
Oh, he's wearing the same suit, different tie.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you.
See the tie.
Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning. Could have done better. He did better yesterday.
I want to ask you a quick question
Bad
about
tie
what we
selection,
talked about
bud.
yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6x6, 7x7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat?
No, sir.
Black
No.
in color, like baseball style hat?
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe?
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, getting down to moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir, not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
On the ground.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around when you were in the house. This is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lake. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation?
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Ms. Gallagher. With regard
He just
to
pulled
your,
something out of his fucking pocket.
Yep. He's done.
the time
Whoa.
that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the
Cabinets?
glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct.
And-
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir. No.
You didn't look around the garage?
No.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described, standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house?
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that
Javier,
may
thank
have
you.
gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that
Oh, it
time,
was,
you had
really.
information that you found,
Yep.
or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort, just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least.
How do you know?
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time,
At that time.
so Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this.
He's a fucking Muppet.
Absolutely not.
It didn't factor into your decision making.
But you did blow up a DEA investigation.
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any
To
special treatment.
Galooly, right? Ooh.
Not by me. Absolutely not.
Okay, not by you.
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
Of course.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert.
Donkey.
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert or Detective Albert very high praise,
He's a very good detective, yes.
and you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Yeah, you did. You're the internal
Do you
investigation
stand by
officer.
your
you
testimony, knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
Yes. Yes. Excellent detective. I'm an excellent driver. Excellent driver. Yep.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief Kelleher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Kelleher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Kelleher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing
Here's the lips.
Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, ARLO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach your honor
Yes.
briefly?
So you discussed with him about cameras. So you knew he had one. Why would you grab it and figure out what happened across the street?
Mr. Gallagher, would you take
Fucking
that
dumbass.
photograph that I just handed you.
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S.
You're so smart, dude. You're a fucking idiot.
It's S. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's? Sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I'm not sure. Here comes the
It
lips.
appears to be.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning? Basically, its positioning in January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
Tom has this on video too. All the cameras.
Did you seek the footage? From that
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, let me publish. Actually, I'd like to mark this for
You too.
as
You,
evidence.
you know how what you how can okay. Okay, guy. That's why you make $322 a year. I know what that camera captures. Are you out of your mind? There was a lot of motion with cars going down the street. There's lights going everywhere. People walking around. It captured a lot. Fucking gut him up it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's a horrible person. He's a horrible human being.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 54?
Oh!
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm
Yes.
highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant
Wait,
Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay.
Wait,
is there a
there's
view
more.
from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek and we can take this down.
There's 2 other cameras on the house, by the way, guys.
Did you seek to
$7,000 a week to get
secure any
$7,000.
footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Why not?
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've
We
picked
talked
up
about it.
packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front?
Sent me a picture.
Okay. So,
Yes, I've seen it.
so you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices
Such a lie.
to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
Trust me, bro.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question
I'm too
about
smart.
whether or not that camera
Nope.
that's facing,
You're not gonna
at least
fire
that's
your
facing
boss.
directly across the street might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it
There you go.
captured anything. So I
Too
didn't
neat.
think it was practical.
Nah.
So because of your
There you go.
expectation,
Nah.
you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that the footage.
That's a my knowledge, dude. You're a fucking
I
muppet.
would, I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
7
Oh,
months.
Familiar enough
7,000 a month.
that you
Oh,
decided
wait.
that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system.
I don't know anything about it. I don't have Arlo cameras. So I don't know anything about.
So you
You
don't,
said you compared them.
I have Blink, so we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
so you don't have an Arlo system.
I have Blink, correct?
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might
Yes,
capture
yeah.
versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people,
Oh my
and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay.
Oh,
Brilliant.
But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like that ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not ring.
Yeah.
and-
I'm sorry, that Arlo
Oh,
footage.
Jesus.
for
I
24
apologize. You.
That makes a big difference. It does.
Yeah, does totally does. John's was ring.
Well, let me ask you this: Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Right. Give me those lips.
Pick up my
Upside down
package.
frown. Give me the
How do-
upside
how
down
do you know?
smile.
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
Here we go. Some
How long have
water.
you known
Glug
him?
glug.
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017 when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III
Oxycontin.
investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He
That
was
was
just an agent in the
Whitey's
group I
route.
was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
Oh, yeah.
It
Yeah.
did. So
yeah.
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF.
When he
a
had the
satellite
office at the building I worked
KMPD,
at,
and he was
fucking
one of the
Muppet.
special agents that was assigned. Yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD.
Oh,
Yes, he
yeah.
and
Right,
did he
sorry.
maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did. Yes.
Oh, yeah. He
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've
Of
become
course.
friendly with Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Higgins.
absolutely.
Yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to
Oh,
say that
really?
you
They all
socialized
hate
at,
you,
at
you
times
fucking
with
pig.
I
Mr.
have.
Higgins?
I have. Yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
Shared meals with
Oh,
Mr.
yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th. Those
I
early
was not
morning
aware of
hours
that. No, I
during the
wasn't aware of
course
that.
of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
Naked beach bum.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that
Sure.
question?
You're aware
I'm fucking
that
stupid.
Mr.
Could you please
Higgins
repeat that?
was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards. Yes.
Okay. That's what I mean.
Yes,
I know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on. Yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were. I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to
Wasn't he there?
ultimately either
He was.
begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time. No.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying
Okay,
to
great.
register is
Great.
whether or not you
Yep,
knew
this
at
is
the
good.
time
Good stuff here.
went
You got him up at.
to his house at least that second time that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John arrived the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure.
Are you the father of Nicole,
You
Coco,
went back to,
Albert?
in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When did
I
you,
looked
when you-
around with my eyes.
Sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
No.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24
fucking
hours
crazy.
of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were removed.
So I wouldn't be interviewing him.
He's not a Canton PD though.
And then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain to the jurors what a key card or
Easy to
access
get in.
card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into
No, we
the
haven't
building.
all seen it. You fucking
And
clown.
depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably
would that
is
be,
easier.
would that
Yeah,
be where?
explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where
Guns.
weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay, you're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card,
Yes, I am.
and that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay.
No,
You can enter
definitely.
that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door
Yeah, of
on
course.
the main entrance side, it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked
Of
number 4.
course.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay.
Here we
That
go.
SUV had actually
Mumbles.
arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes,
Maybe
sir.
even some
That's,
civilians,
mhm.
correct?
That's right.
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
initiated things?
No, we do. Well, we do, but
Oh,
I'm not
dispatcher.
sure who would have access, what their access is.
So at
Yeah,
least
okay.
the entire
So you're not sure then. So you don't know.
department, correct?
The uniform police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Ooh, no dog.
Interesting. Interesting.
Speaking of the Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
But we had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So
You weren't
were
working.
taking photographs of the vehicle had you wanted, or caused someone to do that had you wanted.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to
This guy is a fucking clown.
Canton's finest, buddy.
Seriously, a clown.
$375 a year, my friend.
I'm just liking the fact that Hank's not objecting. That's
Because
beautiful.
it wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Wasn't important to me.
On
You're
your
a
property,
fucking ass.
in your Sally Port
Yeah.
with access
I-
to your key cards.
I pay your taxes.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see.
Oh, where was the chief?
To your knowledge,
Where was the chief?
let me just ask it this way: to your knowledge,
He was out on
did
disability.
anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022? To your knowledge,
I have no personal knowledge of that.
See,
have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days: January 29th, January 30th, January 31st. Sorry, 30th or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not. You had already moved from that spot
I had,
in January of 2022. I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Kelleher at the time. I know you keep calling, it's a mix up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix up might be.
So he was a
when
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Kelleher, he was actually Lieutenant Kelleher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that
Oh, thank you.
unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-oh. He just boxed himself in.
You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, unlike a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hypersensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
It can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done. Yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium
Yes.
and just touch? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yep.
Yes.
That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints. Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could.
Remember, Tom, WBZ reported the whole thing was caught on Ring video too.
They have
So
it all
who's-
on Ring camera. That's what they
Remember,
said.
so that would it would be so if Brian Albert didn't have it. That means Keller had it.
There are 4 photographs
I love how he talked to him about
I'd
it.
like you to look at briefly and familiarize
Lying
yourself with
pieces
if
of
you
shit.
can.
WBZ.
Mr.
I'm
Kelly,
all
do
set.
you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag. correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Their approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Any objections to Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibits 54 through 57.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You think
paper
it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture, just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire. Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag. Yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record. What's depicted inside the bag?
The red Solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do. Yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby. Yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph. This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red Solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red Solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo cups.
The only ones I have seen. Yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately. Yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct?
The tail light area. Yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red. It can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes.
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
Correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on. Yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with the word
Pre-printed.
evidence.
Yes. Correct.
And it may have a place for initials to be.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because if someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile Solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes.
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
They were. Yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from. No.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars. Yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I
correct?
have no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were
Canton's
always
finest.
God damn it.
375, buddy. 375.
322.
You will agree that
322.
having
Sorry.
unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. There was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But the cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know.
How do you know?
Because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes.
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
You did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
Yes, it can.
I'm not sure.
Do you
Yeah.
have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. Activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die, and and who knows, very quickly if they kept.
They're hardwired. It was
You
a
said that's a very
hardwired.
busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road? Is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton. Yes,
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes,
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
in this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the can't fire department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was. Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Right here, Mikey.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches
And why such a limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please. and we can take that down. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow. Just
This,
wow.
This guy. All right. So how did I did WBZ report for over a year or something that they had it on video. That was the initial report that I heard when it happened. I was like, oh, that's tragedy, man. This sucks. Right?
Is it really
Legit.
though?
And they never had the video the whole time. That's mainstream media for you. And then they leave it up on their website. So it gets caught up in searches. You know what I mean? People from around the country that Google this incident, you know, they leave it on their website. It gets part of an algorithm. Oh, gee, yes, geez, they have it on, I just found an article that has it on Ring Video. They caught the whole thing. Bullshit. Tom, you videotaped Kelleher's house. He has 3 cameras.
I have Kelleher's house. I have a whole video on it. I did a whole video on his house and the video cameras. Yes.
Right? There's like 2 at the bottom of the house. It's like a raised ranch, like across the street.
Yep.
Right? And there's one over the door. So
yes.
I don't care if the motion activated. They're all hardwired to a low voltage, right? Like your alarms in your house are. Mine are all hardwired, right? Same with my Ring doorbell and the security cameras I have in the back and the front and on the roof and stuff. They're all hardwired. There's no batteries.
Nope.
There's batteries in my smoke detectors as backup.
Backups. That's right.
And other than that, my cameras and my microphone for the front door is all hardwired.
Nice. Yeah, I have. Maybe we'll do that at lunch. I'll play.
Yeah, you should absolutely, or post it on X, dude.
Yeah, I'll do both. I have his.
And you can see the cameras that are down low on the raised ranch. They're like right at the street. You can't like you could not miss this. Yeah, people asking for the link for that video, Tommy.
Yeah, working on it.
All right.
May I?
Yes.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes.
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
Yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lank, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes.
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
No, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Were you doing any favors for anybody that morning?
Oh, come
Of course
on.
not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes.
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
That is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis and the Sally Port.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You asked about a broken taillight. Had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that
trained in
time
what?
that caused you any concern about
Cover up.
potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
And who was said criminalist?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a box identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to make that into evidence.
Nice. I get that.
Later.
I get that.
Is there any objections, to, Mr. Jackson? Any objection to? Okay.
No objection, thank you.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then, and then
Anytime.
when Mr. McDermott comes back.
Thank you.
with it.
The glass that you showed the jury.
McDermott's taking a dump, or he's getting a couple more bloodies.
When you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Here we go. Come on, Jackson.
You indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes.
ask more questions,
Absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That is
correct?
correct.
You
Yes.
follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek, to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not. No.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it early or anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a good
I
idea.
disagree.
You
Mr.
walked right
Albert
into
down
that one.
and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where.
At
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
Right. You should have wrote it down.
When John O'Keefe arrived.
Okay.
At 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
We were standing in the house, Sergeant Lang, who you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
I hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness.
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
Running down the road.
While you were
Wow.
spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss.
Oh, 3 separate
I have a
occasions?
good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my right to my credibility to testify.
Rather do nothing
in
than
my career
something.
is basically over.
Bingo.
So
Gotcha.
yes, you can get in trouble.
Understand,
You're
but
talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
Yep.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search
Wow.
Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern?
Look at him.
Go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You have a guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be
Thanks,
inside
Dad.
the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No,
You got a
Not-
guy outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You just look for help.
The fact is, you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is, you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
I'm an idiot.
all I have.
That's correct.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
who's running the show, Bev?
All right,
Yeah.
Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play clip 18, please.
What's with this playing clip stuff?
Told you.
Thank you.
This is bullshit.
Your Honor, leave it alone. Your Honor, may we approach?
Good job, Jackson. I love it, baby.
Yep.
Did you post that video of Kelleher?
No, I have it right here. I was gonna play it. It's 45 minutes long. I was gonna play it during
No. God, no.
lunch, bud.
Come
45 minutes.
on.
Whole thing. I got the whole
Jeez.
smash. Dude, I
All
got
right,
it.
you know what?
Good. I got it.
People are asking for it.
I got it.
So
Uh-huh.
I know, but you gotta post it.
All right, I'll post it right now. It's 45 minutes long.
So what?
Okay. La 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 la. No, no, no.
They get fast forward on their machines.
Yeah. Okay.
People are just asking for it.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Hold on. Getting posted. Getting
All
posted.
right.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on.
Mike's getting excited. You damn right I'm excited. Because we paid $322 a year for that fucking piece of shit.
Kelleher's home at, what's he, 32 Fairway?
Yeah.
Fairview?
Fairview. Yeah, this is the same guy that did the internal affairs on Kevin Albert. And this is Turtle Boys. Lieutenant Gallagher investigated Kevin Albert determined he wasn't drunk after 4 drinks and left his gun and badge in Michael Proctor's work vehicle because he has a high tolerance. Jeez.
That's exactly why. I knew that was why, Mike. I knew that was why. It's a tolerance.
Does Karen have a high tolerance? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Someone just made Lieutenant Gallagher. Bev's janky curtains just made Lieutenant Gallagher a clown. I gotta borrow this one. Oh my God. This is great.
All right. So everyone,
oh my God.
I have a 2-minute one.
That's more my speed.
I can play in between the sidebars if you want.
No, let's not do that.
Copy. We go Twitter. One I posted was a long one. I'll pay that during lunch. And this is the short one.
Yeah, do that during lunch.
Paste. It's Deputy Chief Cameras.
Yeah, his facial goes to Mr. Higgins. I in your Twitter post, body language experts will tell you when there's a line, there's more to find. Lip movement speaks volumes. No pun intended, because it's horrible. They just grind their teeth and they're like, I got to hold back here. I got to hold back. I got to think, you know?
Oh, I got all his cameras. Oh my, poor guy.
I know you do. Oh my God. Babs, Jakey curtains. You got him as
All right, please.
Blizzard.
Here's close the notebooks and follow me.
Oh, are they going on break?
Yeah. So
he's not gonna play the video?
Nope. So let me share the screen.
Here we go.
Deputy Chief of Police's cameras, everybody.
Sure, you just do your circle thing up there. There's one.
Over a year ago.
All right. Tommy, boots on the ground.
Right here. Getting all the data.
Yeah.
The gutter's messed up.
Now that's pointed down across his lawn, across the street. I don't give a shit.
I'm on the sidewalk. I'm looking directly at it. It sees me.
Yeah.
It sees me right now. That sees me.
He fucking saw you.
That's exactly what Karen would have had to back her car up into John. So the
camera right there.
The camera would have caught her going forward, stopping, and then going backwards because of where his house is located. It's exactly in the position of where she had to go forward and go backwards. But it gets better because there's more cameras.
What? There's more?
Oh, it's even better. That's a beautiful shot.
I don't know how Gallagher even became a cop, man. That guy is a fucking moron. So he's got AGT, right? That's what I have. I have the same exact ones, people.
And this one, I can see this one pointing down, right?
I can see. I'll give him that.
Still capturing the light.
But wait a minute. There's more. Oh, what's that one up there? I don't know. It's pretty high. Oh gosh, no. Please stop it, people. Tommy's breaking the case, folks. We just broke the case.
I'm on the sidewalk filming all of it.
Tommy, 2 phones.
If I can see the camera can see me. And this is exactly that's the house that Matt was talking about.
I do have ADD.
Drive right there. 31 Fairview. I'm sorry.
I don't know, people. I mean, if Tommy Two Phones can find this stuff, you're telling me $322,000 a year, Lieutenant Fagbag couldn't find it? Come on, man.
But the best thing I heard, Mike, I heard the deputy chief said there was nothing of evidentiary value, so I deleted the footage. He made that decision and did it upon himself.
Oh,
I hope to call him to the stand.
Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, I know.
Because the minute they found John O'Keefe, right? This whole they recused themselves. Well, no, they didn't, Mike. They didn't recuse themselves.
No, I know. Especially when it got to the Sally Port.
What happened here? Where's my other thing?
I know. Beach bum. I mean, I live here. This town is horrible. They should reduce the taxes for just being inept.
But aren't they going to build a school or something like that, Mike?
Yeah, dude. We're going to pay for a new school because our kids are so smart. They all leave here and go to other schools. It's crazy.
How's that work?
I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure this town out. This town is whacked. They live within their own little world here, and they all it's like having a group of deer, chained in like an airport where they can't get out, and it's over time. It just incest and it's gross.
They're there, and there's nothing you can do about it.
They just have no other chance. They all get horned up and drunk and start messing around with other people's wives and stuff, and people look like other people. And telling you, doesn't Coco look like Lieutenant Gallagher? If you put those two pictures together, someone do it. I'm telling you, there's no difference. They're like one and the same. It's crazy.
Mike, I'm telling you, people are asking me who's kid. Like, is this so-and-so's kid? Is this looks like so-and-so?
Who does Carl look like?
Yeah.
Who doesn't look like anybody? I don't know, man. I can't figure it out. They all have short. Everybody in this town has like short T-Rex arms. It's weird. They all walk around like this, and they're short. They're bald.
Yeah, what's the bald thing? I don't. What is the whole purpose?
It's 85% of the men getting a bald. I don't know why.
Haircut. I'm thinking do I get a Paul O'Keefe cut or not?
I don't know what's going on, man. It's just weird. And they don't like new people coming into this town because they don't want to break up the breeding.
It's like there's arranged marriages and stuff going on there.
I heard they have to trade goats to marry a daughter and stuff. It's crazy.
Dowries, back to the dowries. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's weird.
Wow.
So yeah, that's
Gallagher knew about the Allo cameras and knew about Deputy Chief of Police, his boss. He knew he had cameras, right? He knew because he picked up packages for him before because he was a little bitch boy.
That's right.
I'll get my dog food off the front step. I get a package from Chewy. I got a Chewy delivery. Can you go pick it up, Mr. Gallagher? For $322. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Love to do that, sir. Thank you, sir. I mean, that's his boss. Do you ever say no to your boss, Mike? Mike, really? Because guess what? He makes $322. Where's he gonna go and make $322? How? He's gonna drive a truck with a CDL license that he can't buy no more. How's he gonna make $322 now? He's not. So he's going now. It's all self-protection mode. This is corruption. Why he didn't go into the house is corruption. It's direct corruption.
He didn't want to get involved. Period. And risk anything that was going to go on with this. Yeah, you're right.
You want me to write a report? Really?
Why? It's going to put everything in jeopardy that I've worked so hard not to do.
You expect me to write a report? Yeah, guy.
You changed my whole mind when I first met you about police departments and how they work. You said it's a money grab. I'm like, what? No, it really is a money grab. All I care about is the end result of getting that pension, man. Really, it's the truth. It's all they're there for.
Mike, that guy he made $322,000, Mike. You paid him.
So do they take like the best 3 years of your salary, and that's how you get. And they divide that, and that's how you get your pension. How you gonna find out?
And again, it's money.
Well, he was there for 32 years, right? So, I mean, that's longer than a lot of guys that are retiring right now that are like under the gun, like they're
Right,
like 20 years.
Whoa. How long was he there?
32 years, dude.
And that man said the words, "I don't know."
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
Whoa, Mike. You work anywhere for 32 years?
Oh,
you tell me you don't even know what the freaking vice president's answer is.
Right. He makes more than the vice president.
The company that you work for.
Yeah. Why wasn't he chief? 32 years.
Great question. But they put him up to what? Detective?
Sergeant.
No, detective lieutenant. Because there was a bump in pay that helped him with his freaking retirement. It goes by the last quarter, so they give you the money beforehand. So they'll give you a bump in pay grade for the last 6 quarters, so it makes it skews the retirement. It goes in your last, in the quarters you worked. They'll give you more money. They'll say, we're going to bump you up to detective sergeant or lieutenant for X more money. That'll help your retirement. So it's about money. And what's he going to open his mouth? What happens when he opens his mouth?
He gets demoted or he loses
his money.
Right.
No other reason.
Right. What a scumbag.
And it's all about bumping up salaries. People that are in the system, tell me I'm wrong. Please, I'm begging.
So does the town of Canton pay it, or does the state?
Town Canton.
You scumbag.
They bump him up before he retires.
Now, if he passes away, does his wife get it?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yep. And better yet, that's why there's 2 deputy chiefs, so that no matter what, at one time, they can always have a slot open for someone to make more money at the last.
Right. There's 2 deputy chiefs right now, Gallagher and some female.
Yep. It's about money. Money.
45 police officers right now.
That's what they want.
He says, we're a little, and they said that we're a little short staffed. Well, you guys don't really do anything. Okay, they go by the last 3 years.
What if Helena says, listen, in the last 3 years you're working, before you retire, we're going to bump you up and give you a pay raise.
So I want to know what he made. Yeah, we can figure this out.
What do you say? No?
We can figure this out. We should round numbers. He made 225, 322. And then we can figure it out.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Okay.
It's wrong. Yeah, well, I can't wait. This whole thing, dude. Well, how much was Kelleher making? Because he's the one that gave him the solo cups, gave him the Stop and Shop bag. He was awake. That motherfucker never come out of his house. He called the police department because they said 32. He looked out and saw, nope, that's at 34. He was awake. He called the police station and made them correct the call because they sent out them to the wrong address. They said 32. That's not right. And he had it all on video and he deleted the evidence. Yeah, Kelleher is the problem here. Oh, don't even go there with him being sick. Like he'll mystery illness. He's got fucking who the hell knows? Bubonic plague. I don't know.
This can't be right.
Yeah. And Helena, it goes by the last 3 years. If she uses her detail money and bumps that up, giddy up.
I came out like $600,000 a year.
Yeah. About right.
So if I took the last year, I did 22220. So 444 over 2 years and 322 gives you like 7 something times 0.80 gives you like 6 something.
Listen, do the math, Mike. Give me the number before and give me the number after, because that difference in money, that's your corruption, my friend. That is your payoff. That is your
divide that by 3 and then so 4, 2, 2, 2. It's okay. Divided by 248. Okay, clear. 248 times 0.8 equals. He's making $200,000 a year, approximately.
Extra.
That's
Extra.
a nice kiss. That's a nice
Extra.
kiss. Yeah.
Yeah. So for the last 3 years, you get an extra 200,000 on your salary on your retirement.
That's what he's making right now. That's 80% of like 248 or whatever it is. Wow. That's not a bad gig.
And he's Mike. He didn't
That's
write a fucking report.
Let's
Mike,
see,
he didn't even write a report. And he's getting paid that much money. But because he makes sure everyone else does it.
it's like 15 G's a month.
Yeah. 7,000 a week.
No, it's 3,500, right? So we see here. Clear. Wow.
Yeah.
What did I just do? So
Yes, he's getting paid for the time on the stand now.
oh yeah. Yeah, he's making 16.5 a month. A month.
And you're gonna go and upset that apple cart.
And if he goes to Florida, he's not paying income tax.
Right. But Mike, that's the corruption right there. They're using his job and his paycheck against him.
Yeah. No doubt. No doubt, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a get together in Dedham, everybody.
Oh, it is Dedham?
On Thursday. Yeah.
Is it
Legacy Place or the courthouse? I think it's the courthouse. I'm not positive.
Oh, Dedham. Okay, Dedham. Yeah.
I know there's a Dedham standout thing going on. Oh my goodness.
Wow. What a time to be alive. You can't.
Yeah, we're witnessing all this. Oh yeah. Let's see. The only thing they discovered was blood in the glass with the leaf blower. And the blood goes to the ground. The medical examiner didn't know the kind of blood that was the question about blood that was being asked.
Where is all the blood? If it happened out there, 2.5 liters gone. Come on now, people. Come on. Are we really?
That's 2-liter bottles of Coke. Dump them out. Oh yeah, Caitlin Albert. Oh, I want to show you guys something. Check this out, Mike. There's some good news coming down the pipe.
Wake up, buddy.
Did I do it on Twitter? Let me check. It's awesome. Where the hell did it go? Oh my God.
Yes.
13th juror poll. What's your verdict in the retrial for Karen Reed? Not guilty, 74%.
Jeez, that's low.
I think it's pretty good considering. Where the heck did it go? Here we go. No, that ain't it. All right, here you go. You ready, guys? Mike, this is great. This is a tweet from Aiden. Attorney Mark Condoza. You know, I'm going to put it up on the screen. I can watch this one.
Oh, yeah. Mendoza. Yep. I saw that.
Check this out. Attorney Mark Mendoza continues to fight the unconstitutional buffer zone in federal court. Yesterday, he argued in front of the First Circuit, who seemed sympathetic to his arguments. Justice Kayeda said, "Why can't people be allowed to gather on the sidewalk if they don't impede access and they adhere to the noise ordinance? They're asking the right questions. Supporters should be allowed to gather on public sidewalks quietly. This is not a disruption. They never see or interact with jurors who use a different entrance. Stay tuned for the ruling.
Oh, yeah.
So this is, how about a buffer zone about the juror bus? Mendoza's just, no one would be complaining. We'd waive any right to that. We can all compromise on that. We'll be silent. We'll stay away from the jurors, which is exactly what we did last year, Mike. We stayed way, way, way away from the jurors. Everybody's cameras were consciously turned away. No one even looked at them because no one cares. Mendoza also noted there were already laws in the books that prohibited intimidation of jurors and witnesses. True. The judge seemed inclined to think that made sense. Why can't people be allowed to gather on the sidewalk if they don't impede access and they adhere to the noise ordinance, said U.S. Circuit Judge William Kayeda. Hey, Barack Obama appointee, I see generalized findings of noise being a problem, but I don't see a finding that allowing people to gather on the front sidewalk if they don't impede access and obey the noise ordinance is a problem. So that's actually really good news for us, Mike.
That was the AP, wasn't it?
That was Aiden posted it.
Look at who wrote the article though. AP.
Courthouse News.
Okay.
Protest ban at Kieran retrial goes to First Circuit.
I thought that was a little logo at the top there. I could be wrong.
Protest ban at Kieran retrial goes First Circuit. So this is all about it.
No, those little clips on Twitter you had, dude, had it on it. But
yeah. But I think this is where it emanated from. Is this one? So, but so yeah. So people that don't think that there was bad blood between Colin and John, why would they say that? Think about that for a second. Why?
Question. Good. Okay. This is funny. Gallagher's like, I can't wait for the other two, Lank and Good get on there. But he goes like, you see that white thing on the ground there next to the brown paper bag? That towel? Well, it looks like a paper napkin to me. Shut up, dude. Like, seriously.
Mike, we get the best fucking supporters.
What? Yeah. I saw that, dude. I saw that. I love it.
Is that not funny?
It's
him,
good.
It's him in a clown suit with a clown wig on.
Oh my god, yeah.
Gallagher, the clown of Canton PD. Wow.
Yeah. Look at the username. Bev's Shanky Curtains. Janky Curtains.
Janky Curtains,
I love it.
I'm junkie. Watch. I was in.
John DePietro. Is that Sue O'Connell?
No, this lady here. This lady's a piece of work. This lady, true crime junkie.
Oh,
she's out to get Aiden arrested, and she doesn't. I mean, she's an idiot.
Okay. Real deal O'Neill should be Gallagher outside. Where has Real Deal O'Neill been? I haven't seen her.
She's been busy with stuff going on.
Her work must be busy. Yeah, it's probably a busy time of year.
You know what I really liked?
What?
I liked when Alan, off the cuff, asked him about something separate. I forget what the question was, but it was off topic. He went right to that, and it was a good answer.
He didn't sound like an intelligent person today. Gallagher.
No, he was stumbling a little bit.
He didn't I'm sure in other when he's on the witness stand, he's so confident and everybody believes what he's selling. But when you get a good attorney cross, you come down to Jesus. You know what I mean? You come down to this one here I posted today. That's from Flip Ahead.
This one here, flagpole mailbox.
This is how it should have happened. This is what Brian Higgins would have seen leaving if he was inside the Jeep.
Coming back. Oh my God! Right away to sidebar. Oh my God!
Yeah, you gotta get your fucking Bloody Marys.
They just came back. Wow. Wow.
All right, who's the next witness?
Who's this? That's new.
Where?
That reporter. No, I know.
Up.
Oh, that's not Justice Serve TV, is it? That's not Linda, is it?
Where?
Right here. That's not Linda from Justice Serve TV, is it?
I don't think so, man. Baden? No. It was Gretchen Voss.
Right there. That's
Gretchen Haas.
Rexosaurus.
T-Rex. This tiny table.
This idiot. This guy here, he beats up women, this guy.
Who? DePietro?
No, the other dude there. Boston cop. Beats women. Racist.
She's wearing pink.
I didn't notice. There's Lally. He's there.
Hey, boss. Hey, boss. Can I talk today? Hey, boss. Boss. Can I talk? Please, 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 please.
Can you imagine them going out to dinner?
No.
No. I don't think they eat together.
No. No.
Yeah, Mary, we need access to use this stream. We can't really use it a lot. So I try not to. Yeah, I think Paul's trying to take over for Carl's trying to go for Paul with the looks. Yeah, if I got a story for you guys, Mike. Friend of mine wakes up, there's someone standing up over his bed. Some kid broke into his house.
Oh, I would have crushed him.
He did.
Okay, good.
Got pictures and video. It's great.
I would have. That dude would not be.
No, he saw today.
Yeah,
You got a thump.
he's getting a little headache going on.
Yeah, this guy. I got it all video.
Oh,
He videoed the kid on the couch waiting for the cops to come. Kid's beaten. Done. On the couch. Bleeding everywhere like a stuck pig. Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah. Love
Something
it.
good, Mike.
Good for him, man.
He's
Good for
sitting there on
him.
his phone. I'm gonna be going away for a little while. He broke into this guy's house and got thumped.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Deserved it, man. 100%.
You might get some lettuce selling with some of these people.
Yeah, you would like so.
Yeah.
Jury coming in.
Yeah, Paul's in the he's on the Green Monster.
The guy's running for a seat in Boston, you know. That guy, someone broke into his house.
Oh, good for him.
Yep.
Mayor Wu was, don't tell me it was like an illegal, was it?
I don't think so.
All right.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
May call your next witness.
The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
That's all you got?
Comment? Thank you.
What's that supposed to prove, Hank?
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
That's just dirty. That's like trying to get Aiden arrested. Muted.
Okay.
That's all he's got. He's
So
got
in order
nothing.
It has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see the exhibit. This one exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18, all of which were previously introduced.
Okay. And it's exhibit number what? Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, well, he's talking.
God help us. Here comes Lally. Still smiles. That playing that video stuff isn't right, guy. That's bad.
Yeah, I agree with that. Who's Mr. Gilman?
I do not know.
I'll tell you right now.
Tell me swear the evidence to give to the court and jury in case you ever hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, super.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist,
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and
getting breakfast.
Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
No doubt.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice in consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather, Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you'd worked as a meteorologist in New York. for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time, Stan, are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded. My partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice, especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety. It's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information, and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely. For Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data. So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, yes, you
I'm
may.
okay with Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
Yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just
Sure.
a moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of, I believe, about 6-page documents. You recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th
at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little, enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock. And it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall. And again, that's an inch an hour more. So that by 7 o'clock was another 1.5 inches. By 8 o'clock, another inch, 1.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns and X-ray radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of 1.5 inches an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground, and it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, 0.5 inch to 0.2 of an inch. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate 1.5 inches per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point, around 6 p.m. or so?
around 6 p.m.
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8. Do that arithmetic. 23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22 and a half inches, just short of 22. Excuse me. Just short of 22 and a half inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
So just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gilman, showing you 3 documents. Just ask you to look at those. We're helping you finish.
Yes, I've seen these, yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those 3 to?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending this type of report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner, Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight, since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. The the data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, and it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Yes.
Almost introduced in a minute the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
Why do I have a feeling that Mr. Alisi is going to eviscerate this dude?
Your Honor, may I return those?
He has no idea what he stepped into a bear trap today. He stepped into a bear trap today, Tommy.
Did that guy just look at Mr. Alisi and say, "Oh no, not him"? Did he just look at him?
Now, Mr. Gilman,
This guy will never be a
what is the
professional
difference between
witness again,
forecast
ever.
versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is, and there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular area.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature as concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at, and specifically, if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. You can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the Members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers. You might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like
I've been there.
pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in the, before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play, there were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's a very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in two ways. Either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than 1/4 of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say, it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in this storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just a reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or 1/4 of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in 1/8 of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or 1/2 a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now. Measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface. So it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients, you can forecast or expect 1 inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using or were you measuring the temperature across?
Let
me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reach 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just a day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw our air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. And this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, you know, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you. vote, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence, text matters.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
Get ready for the beatdown. You're muted.
Yeah.
Get ready for the beatdown before lunch. This shouldn't take long. This shouldn't take long.
I know. I'm glad Alessi's doing this. I really am.
Yeah, he's doing all the specialists, I guess, right?
Yep.
All the yeah.
That's great.
Oh God, this guy. What a Lally's gonna earn a.
Imagine him and Lally and Hank Brennan out having something to eat. Add this guy.
Oh, goodness.
What a party.
Oh, what would they talk about?
Yeah.
What would you talk about? I mean, seriously.
Dew point or something. I can't.
What's the current humidity right now inside this room? Quick, you first. All right. Let's see. Okay. Does this guy realize that the wind was blowing a certain way and there was trees there and it kind of like changes the angle of the wind and the house is there, it's getting deflected and it's kind of I mean
blowing in circles. I've seen snow go up.
That's why they measure it at airports, people.
Mm-hmm. Easy to do it there.
And there is a measuring station at the Norwood airport.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There is.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I have
afternoon.
some,
I'm about to ruin it.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is we're in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir.
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes, relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can enlarge just, no, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good. Thank you. You see where we are. And Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground. And I think you used the phrase track a cat.
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's the smallest amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Right,
Not unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't seem to work very well if you've only got a drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through. Okay. I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right. So,
or equal to, if yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Less
Sir.
than or equal to.
Right. So you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right.
Yes.
Another way to say it. So in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45, is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking
Okay,
the question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right. And is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right. So from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right. And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, sir. I'm sorry. Maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now, 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 2/10 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another 1/2 inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 2/10 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m. And then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 3/10 of an inch up to 2 and another 4/10 of an inch, to a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon. So it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m. At 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches. And then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. in terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time, how would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. And we were asked about 1 a.m. Is that?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay. Visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. That means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, you can your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles as good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is.
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well, I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right. I'll try it a different way. visibility is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature? And if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yep.
Yep, and what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15
Okay.
were the numbers you had given?
That range for that day, sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29.
No.
Would it?
I don't believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, again, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave on direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years. I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And if we could please have the chart published back up, please. You can keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay. So is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman. Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
Mr. Gilman, you were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 3/10 of an inch.
Okay. And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous. Yeah, there was really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace of zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers. So it would either be 1 inch or zero.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, quickly as it applies to visibility. When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so The wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Lessie?
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Gilman, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do you have any that marked exhibits or identification?
I have relinquished them to this nice young lady.
Thank you. So, fine. Next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Garino.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
Thank you.
Garino back on the stand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury the case on against the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Again, if you need to stand in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via cell phone.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please again introduce yourself to the jury? Spell your last name for the record.
I'm Trooper Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 65.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
66.
One moment. Thank you. With the court's permission, could Mr. Garino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extract?
In terms of that reading of the document, you just have to check on that. Sorry.
No problem.
Yes.
Can you review that again?
Yes.
And do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, it's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Carrie's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 67.
Trooper Guarino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Hold on. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Guarino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Alessi.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both a PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
Okay.
68. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Greeno take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So these are the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Greeno, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATSFAM 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look
Has
at
to
it
go into
in
the
person, but that's
router.
the known
How?
network that's listed under it. There's two, HATSFAM 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names
learn
listed.
the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, sorry, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman?
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need someone to take over. 34 beautiful Vietnam with a handcuff notice now. Yeah. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blankets, Terry. Yes, I need some.
This might backfire.
We have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the luncheon recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute luncheon recess.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Wait till they get to the two phone calls where.
What's up, bud?
Wait till they get to the two phone calls where Jen calls into the Brian and Nicole's house.
What's up, bud? Sorry about that.
All right. Wait till they have the two phone calls from the car where Jen calls into 34 Fairview, calls her sister, and you guys coming out.
You know what I noticed, Mike?
What?
Is it me, or did she not once ask about her surroundings, or like, where am I? She knew exactly where she
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Exactly. She knew the address, right?
Yeah.
She knew how old he was. She knew his weight. She seemed to know everything about everything. Mike.
I don't think those voice messages do anything except show how much she cared for John.
She was
Because-
pissed. That doesn't mean, Mike, she wouldn't be mad at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever, if she had just done that. If she had just done that, she would have been satisfied. There's a difference. You know what I mean? Like, she would have been, all right, I took care of him. He was a jerk. No, that's not the case. She's calling him as if he's doing it.
Right.
Wow. Kind of crazy stuff, bud. How's this end up? How's this end up in trial? It's a murder trial we're talking about.
Did you see the motion that was granted for the prosecution not to bring up the virtual case with Carino?
Unless it comes up the way.
Yeah. So you might see this on Cross with Alisi. You know what I mean? Because he's going to bring up the 2 phone calls that are caught on John's voicemail, right?
Yep.
Because he called. So because as soon as the 911 call ends, he calls into the house at 34 Fairview, Coco and Brian, and they're answered. They're not voicemails; they're answered calls.
Whoa!
And she claims differently,
right?
Jen, yeah.
Butt dial, right?
Or she doesn't remember, or something. I forget.
How many butt dials has she done from then till now?
Oh, so I had 7 the other day, and one.
Yeah,
you know,
it's amazing how that works.
The odds, just the odds of that. So you have to answer it with a green, and then end it with a red, and shut your phone off.
Upside down.
If not, it goes to
pirouetted.
voicemail.
You know,
it's impossible. Are you gonna play the video for the?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take a little break.
Yeah.
How was the shower? Good. I took one yesterday in the middle. I know. Wake you up a little bit.
Go get some food in you, bud. I'm here.
All right, guys. What else? I thought Carino. I don't know if that's going to backfire. I mean, all the women in the chat. I mean, how many times have we left voicemails on significant others? You know, Sue O'Connell has.
Yeah,
that girl's downright.
She's got that. She got that mirror badge. I can see it.
Yeah, she's got some serious voicemails on her girlfriend's dating phone before. You know that's happened. You just look at her. Where's the Subaru? Where's that Subaru?
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised Karen wasn't more irate.
I thought she was pissed at 1 o'clock.
She was pissed, but
yeah,
like, really pissed.
I tell you what, they were hoping she went to Mansfield.
Oh, sure.
Because then the whole plow truck thing came into play. Legit. They were hoping she went to Mansfield. She left.
She didn't.
Because when they got the text messages, they read them. Right? All right. She's going to go to Mansfield. She's going to go to Mansfield.
She called Jennifer and told Jennifer he didn't come home. Where is he? Let's look for him. And Jen went back to John's house and wasted that time.
Yep.
Because that's when they were bringing him from inside to outside.
That's right. And
they have hypothermia.
Jen McCabe called 34 Fairview Lane at 5:07 in the morning after Karen called her.
I said, heads up.
That's the case right there. That's the timeline.
She's coming in hot.
Yep. She didn't go to Mansfield. She's coming in hot, people.
Heads
up. Figure this out. I'm telling you, Tony, that timeline's all effed up.
Yep.
Timeline is all effed up.
I love it, though. I love it. Love it.
Well, it just sucks to get through, like you gotta get through these layers of bullshit before you get to the meat. You know what I mean? And we're starting to get there. But the way Hank's setting it up for us, it's a lot different from last year. Let's just call it.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely a different approach. Definitely.
No chronological order to how the things happen in the timeline. Yeah.
Playing videos.
Carino comes in.
Yep.
He just said though this is the last time he's going to call Garino for direct, but you know they're going to call him again for other stuff. But I get a good feeling. They're going to bring up the 2 phone calls that Jen called into 34 Fairview while sitting in the car, right? Not knowing she's being taped.
And her friend was outside. Imagine that.
Dying.
She
And
didn't
her
get out.
friend that she loves.
Get out until the ambulance got there, Mike.
The friend that she loves.
Yep.
And the person that loved him the most was running around trying to do something.
And she was absolutely in shock. I mean, how long did she sleep, Mike? A couple hours?
3 hours I had.
Yeah.
3.5 hours, yeah.
3 hours? She's not functioning on no way, man. She's not.
No, wait a minute.
No.
I'll tell you a quick story. When I woke up and my wife had driven herself to the hospital because of her gallbladder just recently, I lost my shit because I didn't know where she was.
Yeah, gone.
I had to figure it out for myself. My wife just thought it was going to be like 1 o'clock in the morning. That would be just a brief visit. I lost my shit.
Sure.
I was like panic mode. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't anything. I was looking for my loved one. I can't imagine what was going through her.
You know what? Let's set you up. I know him. We arrested him. Let's get him. He used a skateboard and him and,
you can do anything.
They can make anything up they want, Mike.
You don't know what was going through my head that night, dude. You have no clue.
I want to know. I don't
You
want to
have
know.
no clue living in this town with what I know, where my wife was.
She's just not there. Oh, yeah.
Whacked.
Panic. Sure. Think about
Wake up
how
and
Karen was. There he is.
You wake up, she's gone, and her car's gone with no note or no text message to me. Okay.
Poof.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, obviously, boyfriend, girlfriend, spectrum never happened.
Everything,
But
sure.
I don't know what. Did she get taken?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Wow.
No fucking clue. That was fucked up. I didn't really get deep into that, but that's not.
And it was right when you woke up and you couldn't put it together, right? And
Wife
you
was
just
gone.
couldn't- It took a while to get it, right?
I sat up and I'm like, I didn't hear the dogs, anything. And then I find her at the hospital and stuff, but she tells me what she did. I'm like, you can't do that.
Just want to wake you up.
And she's like, I don't want to wake you. I'm like, no, I get all that part of it. We'll just back it up for a second and say, that's just not the way we do things anymore. We can't do it that way.
Well, again, you and I, we go right to the worst right off the bat. Bang.
Right.
Immediately, you know? Granted, she's doing something that she needed to do for the gallbladder. That's no.
Yeah, she's
but
yeah.
And then you live in Canton, and it's like, oh, that just
Right.
adds a whole nother layer.
Yeah.
Bup.
I was just like,
Wow.
no, you don't understand that.
You haven't sent any
Yeah.
bad messages lately, have you?
To-
You better start sending good ones.
To
You
who?
never know, right? To your wife. They could
Oh,
try
yeah,
and friggin'
I forget the life's too short, man.
Yeah.
It was just like, okay, can we just please not? We can't because it's just not cool, especially this time of age.
And they're doing that to Karen.
So Karen, just thinking about Karen, she was out, leaves John at a house, goes home, knows that there was a person that he hooked up with down the street somewhere. She knew that because they were talking about it in the car. Because Jen said to her, "It's kind of near Bella's neighborhood."
Right. So that put it
right.
How can it not, dude? She's a female.
Right. She doesn't want to go in. And after Jen says that on a phone call on the way over there, Karen's probably like, I don't want to deal with this fucking gut.
I'm not going walking in someone's house to see my boyfriend in bed with somebody else. I'm not doing that.
No. I'm all right. So then she's out there. She's pissed that John's not coming out. She's at 10 and 2. She's got you two cranking in a car.
Yep.
Thinking everything's cool. And then she says, you know what? I've waited 15 minutes for this kid. You know what? He's gonna have a good time. He can't finally call me. If he calls me on the way home, so be it. She gets home. Now she's pissed. She gets all the way home and Kaylee's there, right?
Yep.
Starts laying into him, like rightfully so, right? He's not calling her back. Now she's like, what the? Like he's probably never not called her back. He texted her continuously throughout the day about meeting up the other night and all that other stuff. And when he comes, how many texts was that? 50 around there. But now all of a sudden, radio silence, right? And then she calls and gets one gets answered. And then, it's also if you answer a voicemail, do you have to hang it up on the other side or does it automatically hang up when she hangs up? I think when she hangs up, probably, right?
Yeah. When she hangs up, it ends the voicemail.
I wonder why she just didn't keep leaving voicemails. So probably just got, call, nothing happened, went to voicemail, hangs up, right? So
I'll tell
now
you,
she's pissed.
I don't listen to my voicemails.
Yeah,
I have no
don't either.
idea what's on them. Neither do I care.
So now she's listening, she's leaving, she's texting, she's like, all of a sudden she falls asleep. She fell asleep on the couch, right?
Yep.
With her shoes off, right? Or the shoes on, who knows? And then she wakes up. You can see a difference in the voicemail at 4 something in the morning.
Complete panic. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that just kind of tells you where her mind was. Went right back to love. It was anger and love. Like, okay, something's not right. Where are you? And if you are on a couch somewhere else with another person, so be it. I want to know you're safe.
Yep.
And I'll leave right now. If just answer your phone. Yeah, I slept on so and so's couch, whether he did or not. I'm all right. So you can find your way home. I'm gonna be out of here. Sue O'Connell was saying what jury looks like in the X guy. Oh, she's seeing what they look like. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already posted it a while ago. She's not supposed to do that though.
Nope.
But she's, you know what? She's Sue O'Connell. She drives a Subaru. Yeah, Forrester.
Do whatever she wants, man.
Yeah, Jojo, you've all been there, right? I mean, I don't think I've ever left voicemails like that for a female. I don't, but like out of concern, like, where are you coming home? Like, whatever.
Right.
Yeah. What time are you gonna come home? That's about it. But like that, that would piss me off, especially when there's kids involved. That's not her kids. She's there. You're using me. I get all that. You know what I mean? And my state of mind would have been exactly the same. But I don't think there's anything. I'll use Jen's word, nefarious.
Right.
Those voicemail. Yeah.
But
To me, that's just love.
Yeah. All right, brother. Go get some food. I'm here. I'm gonna play this.
All right, man. Tom, credit to you. Credit to you for going boots on the ground and getting this video. I don't know why the defense didn't use this. I know they probably asked you.
I got all sorts of stuff, Mikey. Wait, we'll just keep going. I have this. I have that. I got all sorts of good stuff.
It also gives you a good perspective of how far away his house was, and it wasn't. You know what I mean? You would have definitely seen cars,
no doubt, hands down. You see the lights, the
Ford Edge. You would have seen,
especially with the snow, right?
And the Ford Edge, you would have seen.
You would have seen everything,
right?
That's why they did the Ford Edge, to block that,
2 phones
to block that view.
Right. His time, you can tell it's. It can tell it's the fall of 24 or 23, I should say.
A year ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because Tom's a seasonal guy. He puts up things with, like, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Halloween.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
All right, brother, I'm here.
All
right, guys, girls, let's watch this. You guys ready to watch this? This is going to be fun. This is what I did on the deputy police chief. His cameras at his house. And I never touched his property. Good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I hope you're going to go over some data that I have, and some things that is really hard to. YouTube's out. So StreamYard's up. I have some data I want to go over in regards to the cameras that were caught in the John O'Keefe murder. They what's this? No, they may have had cameras that caught this whole thing. Believe it or not, might have caught it all. They may have had this from the beginning. I don't know. I know when you look at what I'm going to show you, there's a lot of things that can be assumed by it, and a lot of things that, for lack of a better term, you gotta imply that these cameras were working when this accident took place. So if they have this information, okay, and this information shows an accident, we'll say, the prosecution has to give that information to the defense. The defense may have it, the prosecution may have it. Again, nobody may have it. It's kind of what we're trying to figure out. So I'm gonna pull up a YouTube video if I can find it. Put my glasses on real quick. I uploaded it, and then I put a privacy on it, and I'm wondering if I can. Where are we? Home, manage videos. Do I have it? Did I upload it? Huh. That's weird. Do I have it? Oh, I do have it. I just didn't upload it. But that's okay. So what we're gonna do, okay? Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about here. You're gonna like this. Now, hi Nanny. Nice to see you. I'm happy. The StreamYard has the chat, so if anyone's watching, they can go over to the StreamYard and do the chat there. I'm pretty sure I'm broadcasting on YouTube at the same time, but if I do that, there's feedback. So I have to go back to StreamYard. Now, the data that I'm going to show. Open that file on the memory stick. New. Text document. I call it test. Test. Da, da, da. I'm going to save it. Save. Great. File saved. Like no harm, no foul. However, what we can do with this is we can right click on it and go to properties. And in that, we can go hidden. And then hit OK. So it's not a little off color. Close that out. And we'll look back at the memory stick now. F. Test. Now, the reason we can see it and open it because we're the authors and we're is just, oh, no. Okay. Oh, no. Was it in this or was it in?
You want the downloads?
No. I think it was in a different format that I saw it.
Customize.
No.
Manage videos over the right.
Where's my manage videos? That's what I want. Manage videos. Thank you.
It's good to have an assistant.
Oh my goodness.
So there's going to be.
Here we go.
Is that the hidden one?
This is what I want. Okay.
That house makes me sick.
This is from the street. Very, very good. if there's no way you're not. So stop sharing that. So yeah, so it and how did those cameras not capture that? And we know we can go back and get the data. We can go and recover the data. The problem is it's been so long, the data gets written over. So it's a continuous loop with some of those cameras, depending on how you set it up. Now, some people will say that all the camera data is up in the cloud, which means the cloud has it, which means
It's available.
somehow, some way it's available. I don't have that information. But if those cameras were functioning, those cameras captured movement that night in front of 34 Fairview. They absolutely caught, at least they caught shadows. Maybe they caught reflections. They had to have caught something. Those cameras are pointed toward the street so that you're able to see what's happening. That's the purpose of the cameras. You would not take the cameras and install them without the view that you need.
Sound on that footage?
No, so you have to actually include sound. Most people don't because it's waste, it's pointless, and it just adds bandwidth and space that they'd rather have a video footage.
It would have been helpful to have.
Oh, it would have been. It would have been.
You would hear all that.
At this point that night, it would be great to have any single footage from that night.
Yeah.
You know, why that guy who owns those cameras, why he has not turned that footage over? I don't get it.
Screams guilty.
It's perfectly aimed across the street from where the accident is alleged to have happened, because there's no way. I have footage of that too. You want to see some of that? Let me share my screen again. You're gonna like this one. Oh boy. Share my screen. Here we go. Entire screen. Share. Now I'm gonna minimize that. And I'm gonna go here. Where are we?
Let's make sure nobody runs over the tablet though.
That's running.
We're gonna do both of these.
All three of them.
You're gonna go forward, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go forward, then I'm gonna come back right back out.
All right. You got one on the side. I'm gonna do the back.
Listen, I won't cross that yellow line, okay? I'll be on this side.
All right. Here we go, guys. 62 feet. Punch it, Tom. Yeah. See how he's sideways there? Again. And I'm right here in the road. Punch it. See that? No way. Huh. How fast you get?
23.
23.
Try it again.
You would have had to hit 24 right there.
That's full throttle on my side.
Full throttle on a Toyota 4Runner. Takes you more feet to get there. Don't run over the fucking iPad, you douche. Do it. You would have had to hit by right here, the flagpole. Extremely fast. You would have had to hit him like that. How fast you get? 24. 24, way past where you would have had to be.
Yeah. In the snow, it's got all-wheel drive, but I don't see it. I can't. No. No way.
Maybe we should do one more from me being over here.
Want to do that?
Yeah.
This side, not just
I want to
right
be
by
on
you?
this side because
Listen, stay right here on the side, and I'll just drive right by you. Zip. Okay.
I want to be able to see it from this angle too.
Yeah.
Not just that angle, but this angle.
Stay on this side, and I'll come right by. I won't stop. I'll just.
All right, let's do it. Yep. 62 feet. Here we go. She's waving to Kelleher. Here we go. See how fast that would have had to be? Like, come on, dude. No fucking way. You would have heard an impact.
That's when I do that. Yeah. Let me go back to this. Let me stop this. Back here. All right. So I think you guys, I'm sure you have seen. Colleen Egan says hi to you. When she says hi, yeah. Thank you. Absolutely. So Karen would have had to drive that fast backwards. You know, you guys, you guys saw that, right? You witnessed. I'm in the StreamYard chat. See what this says. Yeah. Oh, I wonder if I could do that through here. What's this? No. So you've seen me go backwards in front of the road, but it's not in front of the 34 Fairview. The impact would have had to have taken place farther down the road for him to end up where he did. That's just physics. It's not you hit somebody and where you hit them is just where they stop and fall, especially if you're going at speed. Speed, momentum, you're going to carry. The body's going to move the same direction you're going. Same direction. Now, if you went backwards the other way and impacted him in front of the mailbox, then he would have had to fly like 35 feet in the air to end up in front of the mulch area, because he was on the side there. Don't think about that. He was found 12 feet from the curb. 12 feet from the curb he was found. They didn't find his shoe. So you're going to tell me that they didn't find his shoe. The guy's 6'2", 275. Oh, he's a size 13 all day. All day. If not 13 wide. He played basketball. Probably had Jordans. Nice, nice ones. Expensive, quality, nice. and you can't find one of them in 2 inches of snow. Well, if the shoe is 6 inches tall and there's 2 inches of snow, that's 4 inches of shoe sticking up. Because I'm gonna say it's on its sole. That's what I'm gonna. That you're gonna give me that. If you're gonna tell me you found that shoe 5:30, 6 o'clock at night, okay, you're gonna give me the fact that it's flat on the ground, that the sole is on the ground. Yep. So they missed 4 inches of shoe sticking out from the ground, and no one saw it. And they cleared at 8:30. Crime scene was cleared at 8:30, I think it was. Was it protected after that? Was there anybody there, chain of custody? Because at 8 o'clock, I know at 7:30 phones were ringing. I know that much, right? Yep. Funny how some people you just don't hear about. Kind of fly under the radar. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? How does John end up where he ends up? And where the Ford Edge, you know? If you're looking at the camera angle that I showed you, and you park the Ford Edge, like right there, it wouldn't capture past the Ford Edge. So it's a shield. It would absolutely be a shield to allow something to be dragged or moved from the backyard around to the side gate and then put down. Because don't forget, this guy, he is not 98 pounds. You are not picking this dude up and throwing him on your shoulder. It ain't happening. How do you move 6'2", 275? How do you move that? How's that get moved? Or does it? You know? I mean, how do you move that much weight? Yeah. Yeah. I'm confused about that, you know? So I showed you, turn this down. So I showed you how going backwards, and you saw my vehicle drive by, and you saw my vehicle go backwards, and you saw where it would have had to hit John, and then you saw what could have captured the entire event of me driving up and down that street. I wonder if he caught me on camera driving back and forth in reverse. I had my seatbelt on. I obeyed the laws. I didn't cross the line. And I didn't hit the curb. Aiden hit the curb. Karen absolutely would have hit the curb, especially with no sleep, still drunk from the night before, confused about everything. No way. Especially if somebody has to go to the bathroom, they're not going in reverse, dude. I don't know one person, not one person who said they got to pee and went in reverse. It's always been to the bathroom, which is that way. I don't see how impact equals result. Even where the pieces were found, it doesn't make sense to where John was found. In order for those pieces to get there where they were found, I don't get it. I don't understand how these pieces were found here. John was found here. Now, did they ever notice any imprints in the snow from his body sliding? Because when he got hit and he hit the ground, right, he would have slid. He would have slid quite a distance. His body would have went along the ground. You would have seen it. 275 pounds across the snow. His head bleeding everywhere. Him throwing up everywhere. All over the fresh snow. You would have seen the mess. It would have been a mess. It wasn't like that. Bumper jump at 24 miles an hour and fall off. You're going forward, regardless of which way you're facing. You're going the way the car or truck was pulling you down the road. You're holding on to the bumper as they drive away. They have no idea you're holding on to the bumper. And they drive away and you're holding on and it's snowing out and there's snow on the ground and your boots are sliding on the snow and the guy's going fast and you hold on until you can't, till you let go. And the guy keeps going. You slow down, but you start tumbling and rolling and rolling. And you got to learn to roll or you get hurt real quick. If you learned how to roll, you could roll with it, get up, maybe do it again. It was fun. Oh, just going to read my comments here. Nancy, yeah, hi. Yes, it's my sister. Yeah. Nice. So yeah, it's interesting how John can get hit, right? He can get hit and not cause like a big scene, a big mess scene in the snow. That usually happens. I mean, if you've ever been sledding, the first one down the hill, it sucks because you don't go very fast. It has to be compacted. So when John got hit, all the energy from that impact would have traveled and would have just dissipated itself along John's path that he slid in the snow. Did he slide 12 feet up? Did he slide 12 feet this way? Where's the mess? Where's the slide? Where is it? Because you just don't back into somebody and they fall over. Not at that speed. It's carrying. You're carrying the person with you with the vehicle being done. Where's that? Where's all that? So just want to wrap it up real quick. It's a couple things. Just wanted to show you with the we'll come back and show you some more of that, but that yeah, backing up in front of that house with cameras that no one seems to have footage of. That's just puzzling. All right, enough of that. Enough of that. I hope you all got a little bit of exercise, walk around, get some blood flowing in them legs, right? I hope what I did made sense. You know, I look at myself then, and I look at myself now, and man, what a difference a year has taken just on the way I look on my face. Definitely, in my hair and everything. It's definitely taken a toll on me, as you can tell. But hey, look at where we're at, guys, right? Look at what we all done. Dave, you're responsible too for this stuff. So you're not backing out of this. Look at what we've done, okay? We have gotten this message around the freaking planet. We all did this. It takes all of us to do what we did. I'm not that powerful. Sorry, guys. I hate to tell you. I'm just me, right? It ain't me. I don't have that ability. It's every one of you guys that's in the chat, sharing the links, talking about it, going to standouts, posting links, posting pictures, responding, talking in chat, just being part of this community. We've done things that no one else has ever done. We've written a book, and everyone else is going to have to follow our lead of what we've done. We've gotten this message around the freaking world. You can't go no more. We win. It's around the planet Earth. England, Scotland, United Kingdom, like you name it, they've been in this chat. And yeah, we started back when there was nobody. And we had somebody. Obviously, you guys remember them. Dave's been here from like the beginning when I had the first channel. So some people don't know. I have some of the new people. Might as well. I keep forgetting. I have two channels. I have this one and I have another one. The first one I just out of the blue had it, and I started streaming on it, and it exploded. I mean, one night we had like 5,000 people in there, and it was chaos. And oh my God, it was a disaster, epic disaster. Oh, I wouldn't trade it for the world either. So we started back then, and it was just us holding signs, going around and with the camera, looking at people, looking at everyone. I think if you made a sign, I'm pretty sure I made an extreme effort to get your sign within a frame of my camera and clear so that I can go back through all the standouts and snapshot every single person's sign, because the people that take the time to make these signs, I have to give it to you. You're my hero. And the creativity that you guys come up with, and the words and the slogans, and it works. And it works so good, we were able to go around the world with that message. Comes down to the person who made the logo, comes down to, you know, come down to you guys. You know, you all been here. The glare didn't even exist back then. The who? The what? What do you mean? Oh, that's his name? No, his name's Will the Glare. So the Glare is his last name? No. So, and look at it now, right? Look at it now. The dude, he has our accent forever. Forever. That boy. He will never forget Boston. And all you people in here, all you people in chat, the ones that go over and support him and listen to him, you're all part of that. You all gave him a warm welcome when he came to Boston, as rightfully deserved. And when we did that, man, not just the content, okay? Because there was a lot, and he got a lot. But the quality of what he was saying, he started with, let me look at it. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to keep my options open here. I look at it, and we were getting mad at him going, dude, like, no, you're wrong. Oh, you guys got to hold on a second. No, I'm live. Hi. Okay. I forget what I was even saying. Oh my word. Somebody help me here, right? Where were we? Oh, the Glera, right? So we get this guy, the Glera, Will, to look at this, and he's kind of like giving his options open, right? Saying, yeah, I'm going to look at this, and he does. He really looks at it, and he takes the time, and he reads these filings, and he's going, well, that don't seem right, and he's questioning perfectly all the questions that we had all previously had that we already had answered, but he's going through it live on YouTube, and we're watching him. And then I think when they threw Aiden in jail, because he was following Aiden, when they threw Aiden in jail, he's like, dude, these boys aren't playing. Like he got it. Absolutely understood at that point. And thank God, because again, we're blessed. The people, the place, and the timing all lined up in like, it was perfect. So you guys did a lot for that, to make that and spread the word around the world. That's a lot. We did a lot, guys. We've done a lot. And granted, we made, this is all new to us, right? I mean, I don't think you guys are used to being YouTube supporters, right? I mean, times have changed. We're all kind of in this transition period. We're getting off of cable. We're getting off of mainstream media, and we're starting to look at YouTube and make up our own mind. And that's all I've ever wanted to do, is just show you guys the truth and say, hey, make up your own mind. And that's it. I don't really want to bias you too much. I'm going to one way. That's just how it is, and the way it is. But yeah, to have all these things come in and line up when they did and how they did, it was just perfect. The peaceful protests worked. And I like the word standout. I like that, because it means just standing up and standing out for something. The protests, that word, granted, it's a true thing, right? It is what that is, but people put a bad connotation to that word from back in the 60s when it got violent and stuff like that, because this is the only thing they have to compare it to, is that word, right? Peaceful protests, because exactly, it is a peaceful, no one's done anything harmful or hurtful or anything but nice. I mean, people, I remember last year at the freaking buffer zone, I'm going to find it. This guy comes down there, right? He's in a mobile chair because he's like imagine being from the rib cage up. That's all he was. Like from the rib cage, his rib cage. That was it. He would come down to the standout and we'd give him food, make sure his water bottle was full. And he was just some guy that was driving by one day. And then he'd come back the next day because we told him to come by if he's hungry, and he did. And we gave him food. To see Erica give this guy the food, just priceless. Like, this is some dude that just going down the street. You know, stuff like that I know that like the mainstream media, that's the stuff that they're not going to capture. That's the stuff they're not going to report. You know, look at what they do now. Somebody comes out of court, they'll give you a 5, maybe a 10-second clip of it. That's it. Chestnut. Yeah, 3 trials never should have happened. And again, everyone for being here, please, if you get a second, just hit that like and subscribe button before we get going here. Getting some downtime. And if you could share it, I'd love it. It'd be great. I mean, the numbers just keep going up and it's thrilling. You guys are really something awesome. So, yep. Boston Globe, they pulled it. They said, nope. Salt of the earth guy. Drop it. Who made that phone call? I think we all know who made the phone call. There you are.
What's going on?
Yo. Just hanging out with the guys, girls.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Chat. Chat's awesome,
Nice.
dude. I love the chat.
Yeah. Good peeps. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Chat's awesome. They liked my video.
Oh, good. Yeah, that was pretty like straightforward. Like, there's 3 cameras. You can't tell me a car, a plow truck, a Ford Edge, Karen's car, John's bar. You didn't see it happen. You didn't see anybody walking out. It's impossible. Impossible.
Again, I show the audience what that same thing, and they absolutely think kind of on the same lines. Shelby, Mikey's gonna change his name every day to something else from Turtle Boy back in the past. He's kicking it old school. That's old Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
So every day he's gonna try to get a different name.
Yeah. If you got any suggestions, let me know.
Dumpster Slug's pretty good.
Yeah, I like Dumpster Slug. That's good.
You are unmuted.
Oh, wow. Perfect timing, Mikey.
Yeah. I'm going to mute.
Go ahead.
For good reasons, right, Shelby?
Enter your participant. Please enter the meeting pass. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
All right, Mr. Leslie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions for the witness.
All right, you are all set. You know.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness?
I do.
Okay.
I have some other matters I'd like to introduce before
Sure.
that. If I may.
Carino must be saying to himself, what's going on? He must be saying, like literally, what's going on? Like, yeah. Koch Robin. Okay. I got that one.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'd like to introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
Oh, God. Here we go.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but I clipped him, put a tap into the knee, and incapacitated him. He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I
something that knocked him out, and in drunkenness and in the cold, didn't come to again.
In this particular moment, you would drop them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Your Honor, I have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure. And these are all for identification. For identification. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce as an exhibit the text messages that I read with Mrs. McCabe during her testimony.
Just a moment.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
Charles Ray, the Canton PD. No, it's R-A-E, I think it is.
If we could, we'll call a different witness.
Oh,
We'll call Kevin O'Hara, please.
oh, from the CERT team. Now, I mean, this is crazy. Charles Ray just left. What do you think? He's a Canton cop or something? Yeah, it's called Kevin Albert. Yeah, you're right. Attorney Gallagher. Right. Good point. Yeah.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Here we go. Everybody left for the day. Here we go. Get the bloodies out. Jesus. Now, Charles Ray is the one that's showing up at One Meadows and actually has that dash cam video of Karen's Lexus. He got him up. You just saw that down there? Okay. I'm going to change it every day. I don't know if we're going to figure it out. We'll take suggestions. Yeah, Ray's down having a couple of beers. She's the one that pulled in behind Karen's Lexus and they all have that famous picture that the trolls like, where the right side of the taillight is like white because of the snow, or it's like AI'd, and like it's like a big deal. You see, it was smashed. It was this. People, I tell you. Yeah, and he also is really good friends with the real deal O'Neill. This is the guy, Officer Ray, that gives her a hard time too. So you kind of get this guy's attitude. Either he owned the property next to F&F Power Equipment in Canton, or he sold it just, a couple of years. It's the whole thing, but the town of Canton's trying to F over F&F Power Equipment and the real deal O'Neill. Bev's new shower curtain. Yeah, some good stuff going on this morning. We completely overpaid Lieutenant Gallagher for a couple of years, and he doesn't know what probable cause is. We kind of got to that one too. Guy's a fucking gutter slug. No, what do you call it? Dumpster slug.
All right, Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Okay.
Oh, good. This
Jurors,
guy's a
thank
big
you for your
POS.
patience.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police, last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you
Legacy
assigned
hire.
lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes,
Do you remember about how long that took you?
a few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman? I note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing 2 vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please. So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody and see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay.
Thank you. At this time, I'd move to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 72.
Thank you. The first video that,
He's trying to connect to the Wi-Fi.
the last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yanay?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set. Thank you.
So that's twice he's never been crossed on. That's interesting. That's 2 years in a row.
Mr. Brennan?
Huh.
My next witness would be Kevin O'Hara.
From the CERT team. Yeah, Mike Camarado went over there, and the garage door was open and things like that. He couldn't shut it. The code that he knew of was not working. It was an interesting story.
Someone swear the evidence to give to the court and jury in the case they are guaranteed the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Right ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, Ohara.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings, at least twice a month, where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large scale events such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now. So we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that at your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know on the department or a local police department asking, giving me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say and may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, which were, excuse me, sir, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles at the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022, there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team.
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members. So we increased on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Signed cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond. So we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Boussolet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
This dude, no, we didn't write a report either, by the way, guys.
Fairview, when you looked at the scene,
No
do you
report.
have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, we don't say there was 2 front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he stated the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight. So we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe. So we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes. And we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the street, sir, not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We want to be slow, methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started, all 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. If I had been more of in an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, more for our internal records. Primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, The detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the search team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
But really, is it really an oops?
So I'm showing you two photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one,
Yes, sir.
what is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
Close up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these two photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A. Let's briefly see those photographs.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yes.
We see exhibit number 129, please. Doesn't have it. All right, I'll move on at this point. And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker. Yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 3 photographs. Do you recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where's it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph, please.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. Go ahead and remove these 3 photos into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so Madam Court Reporter 74A.
Seventy-four, 74A, and 74B, so mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get a more of a close-up, Ms. Gillen? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. You can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
You submitted that as a
Is that
photo.
Curb.
Seriously?
The, black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
I'm not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you 3 photographs.
Thank you.
You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2 is close-up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Is that piece appeared that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, move to introduce 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. One's a close-up, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something. And then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that was another, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
He just said the taillight was touching the asphalt. That means it was in the street.
Photographs, could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that piece, same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these two into evidence, one photograph and a second is a closer up view. No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 76 and 76A.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we'd searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. And at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, or some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated, because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond, instead of wasting other people's time calling us if I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel, so when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet.
Okay.
I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call is at 2:32, sir.
I'm
So I
sorry.
don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were waiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So
sir.
you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you?
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously?
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark?
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As
we
a
were
matter of fact,
driving,
your
sir?
focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you
No.
didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to
Understood.
start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shuttle in the line.
Oh,
in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was
Okay,
at the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right, and so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in It all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time. Sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for, to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members included, or they numbered, at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe
The
it was
5
5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were, obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started your search?
No, they were on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come in the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay, so they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it would probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates. So you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as an almost an entity, a single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a tail light, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit, your focus is in front of you, you're obviously working with your team members left and right, you're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward and as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area, possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is?
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged?
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You testified that you recovered, having a hard time speaking, it's been a long day. I apologize. We'll try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or 2. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you've earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or
I don't
maybe
think
2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, as a matter of fact, at the grand jury,
Okay.
Relative to each other? Do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent. You've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not what a piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence. And all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detectives, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the row without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to have been recovered?
I do not know.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if I used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember to say. Man. Thank you. Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Does that refresh your recollection that was the words that he used, or at least you remember him using at that time?
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Fair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area,
So that
how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canada, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
You mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point, the media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
Slow down a little, Mr. Brennan.
You mentioned best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
Now, before you defined the grid and before you began that search, you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I did know. I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time?
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base that on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, so I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get closer to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level?
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
Touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I had realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
So the search went approximately 60 feet.
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir. So sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Here we approach.
Okay. One up, please.
All right. What are the odds? She calls it a day. What do you guys think? Guys in the chat. Anybody? Anybody in the chat have a guess? 3:30. Boy, today was a day. So tomorrow, let's talk about tomorrow while we have a little moment here.
So jurors, every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track usually. I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track, maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah.
Close your notebooks and follow me.
All rise. All right.
Goodbye.
So imagine that. Yeah. I'm not sure. This is on schedule. I don't know. She knows more than we do. But I'm not sure real quick.
You can sit.
Jury's exit the court, please be seated.
All right, so counsel, since we have ended a little bit early today, I would like you to go through those exhibits that Mr. McDermott brought to your attention at sidebar and make sure all the redactions are appropriate so we can at least square away that issue. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All rise.
So there you go. That's what we thought, right? Not bad. Not bad, huh? It's a good day. Great day, actually. Yeah, guys, you got to give it up to Mike. Mike carried us today. I've been bouncing here, there, and everywhere. Amazing. So tomorrow, I will go.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans.
Tomorrow, full screen me. Boom. Tomorrow, I will be at court. And I will see if I'm able to control my PC from there. And if I am, we'll play some stuff. How about that? We'll play some old stuff. I have a 20-minute video, a 5-minute video. There's protest in Canton for the random citizens. Another protest. Yeah. I got some videos we can pop around. And it's all old stuff too, so that's even better. So, with that said, I want you all to be proud of what we've done in regard to the Camry movement. We've moved mountains, people. We really, really, really have. We've all got this message that's went around the world, and it's all benefited Karen. So, be proud, everybody. You guys doing great. And this is out of our hands right here. But what is in our hands is what we do about it. Thursday. There's a standout. Please, if you want to come out tomorrow, hang out with me, get some breakfast, chill. Buffer zone, bring a chair, bring an umbrella. It's not bad. Hang out down the other end with me. If not, that's cool, right? We'll still be doing this. Mike will be on the other end. And Thursday, we'll go back And maybe Friday we'll do something special. We don't know yet. But however, special. No, Pepper, I can't agree. I so agree, Pepper. So I'm not sure if you guys know, but I think it's, oh my God, everything aside, this needs to be so, I need to tell you guys this and show you guys this because it's more important than everything else. This is the movement, okay, guys? This is the movement. I want you guys to see something. I can't find it now. Where is it? Nope. Where did you go? Go away. You go away. Hold on, guys. Let me. Here we go. I can do it this way. Let me share this. You guys really like mad about everything? This will make you even more mad. Okay? This needs to be shared and shared very far and wide. Can someone please tell me what charges I am possibly facing from the CERT team? Seriously. To write up a report and waste court resources and time as well as mine for literally saying peekaboo to somebody. Hank laughed. He walked by, found it funny, and that was it. There was nothing malicious or anything. I was playing around with the little girl and her mom. We're all freezing, jumping around, playing around. I'm livid and don't want to go back down there. For now, they win. One less boots on the ground. F you, Massachusetts. I absolutely, I got to say that Brandy on this one is correct. Nobody should be treated this way. Nobody, ever. Ever. This is America. I don't know what she did, and I don't know what someone else did, but I can't see her doing anything malicious in the buffer zone. She's not. That's not who Brandy is. Regardless of everything, that's not who she is. She says here she's playing with the little girl. You got to take that for absolute to be truth because that's what she does when she's down there. So for that this is wrong. This is wrong. And if you want to stand up and show the world that this is really, really wrong, we're going to do that Tuesday. So heads up, guys, girls, everyone, this is serious. This is no joke. We're allowed to be we're allowed to be there. Okay. We just can't be in the buffer zone, and that's okay. There's plenty of room outside the buffer zone. I promise you. If you have any questions on where to park behind the Registry of Deeds, and then you look and see where we're all standing, and you walk to that, and you'll be fine. You won't be an issue, nothing like that. Come on down, hang out. You're allowed to voice your opinion, people. You're absolutely allowed. So, with that said, cputom@gmail. I'll try and help you out. Yeah, I mean, it's not right what they're doing, and yeah, we really are dealing with a lot of bullshit with the state here. Doing our best, right? That's all we can do. We can't do no more than that. So, with that said, tomorrow, come on down, buffer zone. I'll be there. And Thursday, buffer zone. I think we'll let you know. And then we'll go from there. Maybe if we do something special Friday, we'll see what happens. But with that said, gotta thank Mike for co-hosting. Thank you guys for being here. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff, so you get notifications in the morning when we go live. Because, like, if I go live early, and you're not subscribed, you'll never know. So 70% of you people are not subscribed, and I don't see how that can be possible. But YouTube says it is. It's their platform. That is posted. I will tell you exactly where that's posted. That's posted in where is it? Where is it? That's posted. Where is it? Like when I get one thing, I get like 50 of them from 5 different people. There it is. There's a video too that goes with it, I guess. It's in come on. Resistance to Silence on their page. Yeah. Yeah. And there's good news on the Randazza front too, guys. That's really good news. Our turn's the 14th. Maybe soon enough. Maybe soon enough that we can get you guys in front of the courthouse, right? I put that suit in for you guys. You know, I sat and took some time on that one. You know, you guys deserve to see Karen walk into court. You've seen her every day. There's no reason to stop that now. It's nothing. You're not going to hurt nobody by watching her walk by. I promise. There's 1,000 other cameras there, but we are more important than the people out there with them cameras. We have a bigger audience than the people out there with them cameras. Our voice gets heard because we've moved mountains, people. We really have. Everyone together. So it's just amazing to see what a group of committed individuals can do, you know? All righty, everybody. It's been 7 hours and 12 minutes. I'm wiped out. You all have a wonderful day, and we will catch up in the morning. And yeah, look out for each other's back, all right? I mean, you see a cop coming up real quick or something, just give someone a heads up so they're not doing anything dumb, you know? But yeah, just try and just look out for everybody. We're all in the same buffer zone, right? We're all here for Karen Reed. That's how we all met, right? We wouldn't know each other if it wasn't for Karen Reed. So call it a split, you know? Call it a push, whatever you want to call it. So with that said, love you all, and we'll see you all in the morning. You have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.